All right, we are live. Been running late. I haven't got my rods in the water yet. Give me just a second. I'll get this taken care of. It's been a journey. I've had to travel about an extra mile down the river. I literally sunk up to my kneecaps in mud. But we're going to find a spot to fish. This seems like a decent spot, so we're going to see what we can do. If anybody's in the chat or anything, just give me a shout out. Let me know. Me going late, I doubt anybody will come in. If you do, let me know about my mic levels. I got an external mic on to try to drown out some of the sound of the water because it is splashing kind of hard. But we're going to get some baits in the water, get things moved around, see what we can do. Give me just a second. Let's get this a little closer, I guess. How's it going, Ace Catfishing? Doing all right today? Give me just a second. I'm trying to get my rods in the water. Had a little bit of issue. Had to travel about a mile extra up the river. Broke my cart. Tore my bag. It's been a fun day. Also lost my camera mount for my tripod, so now I've got my camera taped on. So we're gonna see what happens. Hopefully it don't affect anything. I'm gonna get these rods in the water. Today we got a little bit of everything. We got a little smorgasbord going. I got some garlic Kool-Aid livers. I got some fillet tilapia soaked in. Let's see here. See if I can remember what it's soaked in. I got it in shrimp juice and in shad blood. So should be a weird concoction. We're gonna see what it does. Stays on the hook. Usually stays on the hook pretty good. So we're gonna cut a big old chunk of that and see what happens. Using that for bait. All righty. We'll try to downsize some of the baits today. Try to see if I can improve some hookups. A little bit bigger piece of bait for my big reel. My shark rod. Whoa. All right. This is gonna be fun. Trying to navigate through all this mud, but we're gonna make it work. I may fall once or twice, but at least y'all get a good blooper reel. Got a barge going through, so the current's getting a little crazy. Go under. Easier. All right. Alrighty, we had the rods out. Whoa. Go up and over there. I don't sink too deep. Hope y'all can see the rods okay. It don't look like y'all can see them much. The Funkin' CT, what's up? We just now got out here, running a little bit behind today. Hope we get some fish. Raise this up a little bit, that way I can try to make sure y'all can see the rods a little bit better. I've kind of cramped for space over here. Y'all really can't see those rods. I may have to move them down some or try to move myself down some. It's kind of a bad spot, but this is the only spot through this whole river. I'll give y'all a glimpse of what I had to walk through to get down here. It is ankle deep mud, almost up to your shins. Hope we get some fish. Kind of got a heat wave going right now. Normal temp right now this time of year, and it's been in the 30s and low 40s We're actually supposed to hit 50 degrees today, but then it's going to drop back off, and we're looking at closer to the 30s tonight, and snow all week. So it's going to be a fun trip. All right. I'm going to try to move my rods and my rod holders down a little bit. That way we can see the tips better. That way we know if we're actually getting a bite. I might move them up too. So I don't have to walk on this mud as bad. All right. A little bit better. Like this. Right here, so I can get it hit the ground. All right, hopefully we'll see the rods a little bit better. Can't really push them back too much further. There's a big tree there. Yeah, really can't see them any better, can we? It's all good, buddy. Thanks for stopping in, Ace Catfishing. Have a good day. Oh, I probably will fall in the mud. Best believe that. There hasn't been a trip I've made down here where I haven't, because it's ankle deep. Ankle deep. No exaggeration. I've already got it up to my almost to my shins. But if you want to find a spot where there's fish and people not all the way around you, sometimes you got to track through it. All we can do is hope for a good bite. I did bring a carp rod out. I haven't casted it out yet. I'll probably give it a little bit and get it out. I wish I could get my camera back further enough back where y'all can see these rods a little bit better. We're gonna try to maneuver some stuff here. Don't help when you got tall rods. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work too well. I can probably get a few inches, that's about it. Usually when I come down here, I'm usually about 45 yards the other direction. But unfortunately, the mud's so deep over there. I tried to get over a little bit ago and broke my cart. I got a little bag I usually carry over my shoulder, carry all my gear in. It holds all my bags and all my tackle, my rods and everything. Well, the strap broke on it, and I went and bought me a golf caddy for golf clubs, and I was carrying it on it, and coming down the hill, one of the legs bent on it, so it's sideways now. So I don't think it's going to make it home. I think it's going to go to the first dumpster I can find, because I don't never leave anything laid out, no trash or anything laid out by the water. Just winds up in the water, killing the fish, and then we can't catch the fish. Also, I'm strictly catch and release on everything besides bait fish. The only time I'll keep any kind of fish to eat or anything like that is here in Kentucky. We have, and especially in Louisville, we have about 12 lakes that they stock with fresh farm-raised catfish. And when they do stock them, they didn't stock them all in 2020 or 2020. They didn't stock them but once, I think, at the beginning of the year, and it had thousands of people fishing in it. I guarantee you they won't be fishing that lake for at least 2 years, 3 years, even if they start stocking it, because they pulled out fish that was in there for years that's been hiding in the bottom. And yeah, it's just horrible. But that's the only time I'll keep any fish is if I go to a stock lake. Other than that, I let them all go unless it's a bait fish. Bait fish includes bluegill, sunfish, carp, shad, skipjack, whatever I can get. Besides the mud down here, it's not actually a bad day. I was actually surprised the weather got as warm as it did, and I'm surprised I actually got down here, even though it was running behind because of the mud and all the technical difficulties. But it's actually turned out to be a beautiful day down here. The water is a little choppy right now, but it should calm down in the next couple hours. Figured I'll sit out here as long as I can and see what happens. Yeah, I don't know how I'll get the fish out if I get any, because yeah, it's pretty muddy down there, but we're gonna see. I'm actually scouting out the area down a little bit to see if the beach looks any better. See if there's any better looking spots to camp up and get flatter ground where I can expand out enough to see the rod tips. That way we know if we're getting a bite or not. But it's not looking too good. I see one spot, but I don't know if I can get to it or not. We're gonna slide. Do the mud slide. Yeah, the only spot I see that might be accessible from the bank to get me a little bit better footage where I can get the rods and the camera a little bit better is my flathead spot. I don't go there unless I'm fishing for flatheads, which aren't biting that much this time of year. And that's the only time I go because it's so snaggy. Every time you cast out, you break off. So unless you're getting a point of fish in, there's no sense of casting out there. There's about 6 or 7 trees laying down in the ground, in the water. Now I did luck into finding this spot. It was not premeditated, actually. Me and my wife was looking for a house, and we moved out in this area, and I wasn't planning on moving this far out. And I actually live less than a 10-15 minute walk from this spot. And I was always joking around with everybody. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go check this spot out and see what it looks like. And I was like, well, we'll see what it does. So I come down here one night and I sit out here for about 2 hours just watching the water, late summer. And I was watching monsters just roll all night. And when I say monsters, I'm talking 70, 80 pounders. Just come up eating bait fish. This whole area is a bait pool. As you can see, we have a bend here. You go up about a half mile, you have a bend going the other direction. So we're actually in like a little cove. It's like a little beach area. I have a power plant that puts off warm water about a mile down this way. And I have a water treatment plant about a mile and a half down this way. They both change the water temperature, keeping this water a little bit warmer during the winter months. Only about 5 or 10 degrees warmer, or 5 or 6 degrees warmer, I mean. But it does keep it a little bit warmer. Also, I found out that I have a few sunken barges right in the area. So it's got a lot of places for fish to hide. So this is actually probably going to be a real magic spot. I've had a lot of luck down here in the past year since I've lived down here. Didn't get much of it on video because for the first 6 months I come down here, I didn't bring a camera or anything. I didn't even really worry about recording it. Then I decided to go on YouTube, and well, the rest is history since then. It's been nothing but a bunch of mud and failures. All my camera gear going out at one time. Yeah, YouTube will quickly make you understand that you may be good at fishing, but you might not be good at fishing on video. That's me. I can cast a fish with no problem. Been doing it for 35 plus years. Almost broke every record here in Kentucky. Within pounds of every record. But I can catch the fish. I just can't do it on camera half the time. That's why we're going to start doing this live to see what happens. Maybe I won't miss to hit the button to hit record. Now I'm hoping with the water warming up, or the sun being out and the temperature warming up last couple of days, I'm hoping it gets the fish a little bit more active. Last few times I've been up here, I've been just getting slight nibbles. So we shall see. Usually I got my rod holders pushed all the way to the deep as they'll go, but unfortunately the sand's not helping out with that today. So it's soft down here, but it's pretty rough up there, up on this part where I'm standing at. Slick but tough. What I could probably do is step down to the lower section, put my rod holders down there, which would lower the tips down about 2 foot, so we might be able to see them. That's my main concern, is missing a bite, or with the fish that I have hooked into down here and the fish I've seen down here when I'm taking one of these rods and me not knowing it. That'd be pretty sad. Need to start baiting up my carp rod, see what I can do, see if I can't catch this carp, get some fresh carp, see if I can get some bait. All right, I think I'm gonna do that, get the carp rod ready. I haven't tried it out yet. It's got the Silver Cat Max, or this actually just regular Silver Cat, I think. My wife got it for me for Christmas. And I just got a little H2O bait caster on it. I think I'm running 25-pound mono, about a size 5 hook, between a 4 and a 6. It's some little cheap stuff I ordered online. They're real good circle hooks, but they're just weird. All right, I think I'm gonna get this other rod in the water and see what we can do. I might come down here and see if I can step down. Yeah, I can get down here a lot easier, a lot stiffer on the, as far as mud wise goes. So I may move my rods down a little bit where we can see them. But let me get this other rod out first, so we can go from there. Plus, I might be able to get to them easier like this. Here's some bait here. Yeah, I'm just using this little bitty old baby thing right here for the carp rod. Itty bitty little circle hook. I try to use circle hooks on everything when I can. I'm just gonna throw a few pieces of corn on it, cast it out, see what we can cast. If this thing will cast. Never tried this reel. We're gonna try it now. Doesn't cast too bad. Of course, I'm gonna have to set her in the mud because got the bait runner on. Actually, I might bring her over here a little closer to me. That way I ain't gotta get up to get her. The only thing I don't like about using corn is you never know what you're gonna catch. You might try to target carp and you wind up getting catfish, which I don't mind getting a catfish, but then you might get perch or turtle, anything you can think of. Corn attracts it all for some reason. Now I'm going to try to drop these rods down a little bit, like I was talking about a minute ago. The mud's a little bit more solid down here, closer to the water for some reason. So maybe if I get them down a little bit lower, we'll be able to see the tips at least. I may be able to get my rod holders a little bit down this natural spring that's coming down. Maybe I can get them a little bit deeper so they don't go nowhere. So I'm going to take care of that real quick. Plus, I can get down that to the lower level and get to the fish a lot easier. The only good thing about the tripod setup I got going on right now is if I hook anything, I should be able to spin y'all around and show y'all what I'm seeing. Shouldn't go nowhere now. Still ain't far as I want it, but it's a lot to pull it down. Move my foot back. There we go. That one's in there. All right, that should actually give us a little bit better view of the tips. Looks like it. Yeah, I didn't get to bring any real good bait out here. Usually I use bluegill, sunfish, and carp mainly. But all the creeks I normally go to have been flooded over and fish haven't been biting because of the weather. So we're going to see what happens up here. If I hook into a drum or a carp or anything like that, we may stay a little bit later than what I planned on. It's real beautiful out here at night. This water starts looking, after it starts calming down, starts looking like a sheet of glass. You can just look all the way across the river on it. The only issue I have down here at nighttime is using my lights. I've got quite a few lights I can use. I got bar lights, I've got ring light. The only issue I have with it is this area has no natural light whatsoever, or artificial light whatsoever. It is pitch black down here for about a 4-mile stretch. Every time I turn them lights on, fishing action stops. So usually I try to post up a little bit better. During the spring and summer months, I've actually got about 25 foot of beach that I can actually set up on, and I can bring my rods back far enough to where I can angle them and angle the light away from the water enough, and maybe put up a block to keep the light out from off the water, which works out pretty well. But when it starts getting this time of year, the water starts rising in the river, and as it rises, it gets to be ugly. There is no way to, as you can see, there's no way to post up anywhere. I'm still looking downstream to see what I can see, but I'm not seeing anything. I can't hardly see the screen. I got y'all facing the back of the sun where y'all ain't getting blinded by it, but it's blinding me. Can't hardly see anything up here. Yeah, I'm in all the groups. I try to stay in all the groups, Ace. I try to support all the catfishermen. Like I said, I've been doing this for almost 40 years. It started back in early 80s, and I got real serious into it probably close to 91, 92. I've reset all my PBs for my channel because back then you didn't have cameras to take out, and well, we did, but they didn't work too well. And yeah, I've always said that I wanted to start my own fishing channel. Well, not my fishing channel, I wanted a fishing show. I grew up on Bill Dance watching bass fishing, and I always wanted to start my own fishing show. And then 2020 hit, and I lost a lot of friends, a whole lot of friends. And it started making me think about things that I always wanted to do. And then I come up with the idea, why don't I start a YouTube channel so then I can have my fishing show? And then I found Chunky and DMV and everybody. So I feel blessed. I found everybody, and sorry, I'm trying to scrape some mud off my foot because it's soaking through my boot. But I'm kind of blessed I found everybody. Everybody in the catfish community is great people. I respect them all. I think they do a lot for the catfishing world in general. New people, and even old dogs like me can learn something new every once in a while. I was kind of impressed the first time I saw Chunky because I've always painted my rods. I've been painting my rods like that for close to 30 years. But I never thought about the black light. Never. I've shined them up with regular lights 100 times and tried to make them glow. I wrapped them with LED lights before. You know, set up flashlights on the rod holders. Never thought about black lights. That was the most genius thing he could come up with. I love watching his show. I do. He puts on a heck of a show. He's also proof that us old timers was wrong when we said you can't make any noise. I'm pretty sure anybody that's ever fished with an older person, you know, grandfather or an older friend, first thing they told you to do, keep quiet, you're gonna chase away the fish. Well, Chunky don't chase them away. Ain't nobody chasing them away. That's for sure. I think when he yells woo, I think that to them that's a catfish call to them. He hollers woo first time, and then he starts getting more bites. Either there's the money, 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 money. I'm actually hoping the fishing's a little bit more active today. Like I said, last couple times I come down here, it ain't been great, but you know, you don't know unless you go. And I'm about used to tracking in this mud. My wife hates it, but I usually take most of my gear off in the garage and leave it in the garage, and I'll spray my suit off with some water and clean it up and let it dry in the garage. So everything besides my electronics stays out there in my garage. I'm working on it right now. I'm gonna call it the cat cave. If I can find make a big enough rod holder, hold all my rods, we'll be good. Right now I'm in the process. I've got probably close to 50 rods right now. Process of waiting for catfish conference. Hopefully it don't get canceled. Probably gonna pick me up another 10 rods and about another 12 or 14 reels. Really interested in going checking out catfish conference this year. I didn't get to do it last year, and I live less than 20 minutes away from the conference, but I didn't get to check it out last year. I'm not missing it this year. Today's my only day off, so it's been my work's been working us 6 to 7 days straight for the last 5 months, 6 months. So yeah, I done told them, I said it ain't gonna happen in February. I ain't missing CatCon. I'm just praying that this governor we got down here doesn't shut everything down. He panics more than any person I've ever seen in my life. I understand there's a lot of issues going on right now, things we're still dealing with in 2020, but things have not changed, hasn't got any better no matter what he does. But he thinks, well, I'll shut down the city for 2-3 weeks and open it back up. And he goes, well, it didn't change anything. Well, no, it's not going to, because you still got people doing other things. So all you're doing is making it inconvenient for everybody else. But he does that a lot. He'll shut everything down and just make everybody suffer for a few weeks, and then open it back up and say, well, that didn't work. Let's try it again. I can't believe how beautiful it is out here today. I'm actually getting hot wearing all this winter gear, even though I'm soaked to my shins in mud and water. I'm actually starting to get warm and all this stuff. I guess that's a good thing, as long as I don't start to sweat, because then it'll get cold later. You know, I'm hoping this is going to be a better year for fishing all the way around. I'm gonna try to have a big year in fishing this year. Try to see how many different species of fish I can catch. I'm still more focused on catfish, like always. But at the same time, I like to see what else I can catch. I'm gonna try to catch one of every species in Kentucky, and talking about taking the kids and the wife to the beach, and we might do some saltwater fishing this year. Well, I might do some. I doubt they'll do that either. Try to get my wife and kids out with me, but my daughter used to come out with me all the time. My favorite fishing partner. She used to pick on me and say she used to catch more fish than me. It was funny. But, you know, that's the great thing about having kids. You know, when you get to spend time with them, it's a great thing. At least I got about 4 or 5 years of her asking me to go fishing. I didn't have to ask her and beg her to drag her out. I'm like, you know, I'd come home from work and she'd be like, "Can we go fishing?" Yes, we can. Now I couldn't pay her to come out here. Of course, I can't blame her. She come down. I got her down here with me one day, and she stepped in this mud and sunk up to her knee, and she's like, "Never again. I'm not coming back down here." I'm like, "Yeah, baby, but the big fish are down here," and she's like, "I don't care. It's not worth it. I'll stick with the little 4 and 5 pounders." We need a good takedown or something wrong with this carp rod. Yeah, I wish the fishing here was a lot better than what it is now. I wish it was more like what they have in the Potomac River, where Chunky, DMV, and all of them go fishing at. But I remember back in the 90s, cast out, just about throw just a bare hook, pull back a fish. It's that easy. Wasn't nothing for us to go out one night and catch, 20, 30 of them in one night. Now it's, if you catch 2 or 3, you've done something. I mean, it is starting to get better thanks to Steve Douglas and a bunch of other people here in Kentucky that are basically went in and try to help with conservation to get the fish back here where we can have them. But it's slowly getting I think it's going to take about another 5 or 10 years to actually show us anything. I did notice something this year that I haven't noticed in years. I always fish in spots like this that are hidden and out of the way, where they get very little foot traffic. And usually I cast out during the spring, summer months. I cast out real close to the shore with a small hook, little worm, trying to catch, little bait fish that might be lurking around. And I haven't caught a catfish fingerling in almost 5 years, 6 years. Not one. I caught about 5, so that's promising. That just shows me that they're starting to breed again, and maybe we'll get some more fish in the water. It's just going to take some years for them to grow up to be at least they're starting to breed and starting to repopulate the waters. Luckily, I caught 4 of them up here, so that just shows that the catfish in the area are pretty thick if they're breeding here. Out of the 4 I caught up here, I let 3 of them go. One swallowed the hook, and it died. I couldn't get the hook out, and I cut it off. He was bleeding real bad. I didn't think he was going to make it, and instead of throwing him out there and letting him get eaten, I actually took him home. I got a 55-gallon aquarium. Took him home, put him in the aquarium, and see if he would live. Tried to doctor him back to health. He's actually doing pretty good. Unless we get a monster on this big orange rod in the center, I don't think we're going to see it do anything at all. It just might I'll reel it in and have a fish on it and not even know it. It's a heavy action to begin with. And, I broke about a foot off the top. Might put a bigger eye on it. Try to salvage the rod. Now it's an extra heavy. A lot of barge traffic today. More than what I usually see out here. You don't see 2 or 3 at night. I I've done seen 5. There was 2 of them going opposite directions when I was walking down here. I don't have any luck on this corn. I might pull this reel back, this rod back in here about an hour. If I haven't any luck on the corn, after a couple times casting out, I might switch it over and put some of the garlic strawberry gizzards on it. Cast it back out a little shallow and see if anything's running shallow. I can't believe I bent my carp. That's going to be fun trying to get it back up the hill. I'm probably going to carry it up the hill and throw my bag on my shoulder and just roll it to the closest dumpster and toss it in. I don't know. I might try to get it home and see what I can do with it by straightening it out. I can usually fix just about anything, so it's debatable. Or I might just take it home, take the parts off of it, make something that works a little bit better. Something more my style. Oh, got a bite on the small rod. Let's see if we got anything. All right. Got bounce and slack. Hit it again. He don't want it. He's just playing with it. That's one of strawberry garlic chicken gizzards. I've used strawberry Kool-Aid, Jello, Kool-Aid, I don't use Jello much, but I've used strawberry Kool-Aid chicken for years and years. I've tried anise, vanilla, almond. They all work real good. Actually, strawberry is one of the best ones I've had for stock lake fishing. They work real good for stock lake. Chicken breast, strawberry Kool-Aid. I've never put the garlic on it. And actually, every time I've ever used gizzards, I lightly fried them in oil where they would leave an oil trail. They work pretty good. They on the hook pretty decent. But I was watching D&D and he was talking about putting the garlic in there, and I'm like, No, I've never tried that. I tried anything once. Haven't had the gizzards in the refrigerator that I would fry and bring out. So you know what? Let's try the damn beef style. Just throw some Kool-Aid, garlic in there. I put the Kool-Aid in the first day, let it soak overnight in the refrigerator, let it marinate overnight. The next day I got up and put it, put a little bit of garlic in it, let it reflect a little bit, and some salt. But I'm playing with it. Won't commit. They start attacking that more than they do the actual fish, and I guess when I switch over that and put it on all the rods, what happens? That two gets on it. Now, last time I had a hit like that in this area was a little baby flathead, about 3 or 4 pounds. He came up bouncing my big one rod, and all he was doing was just barely swaying it. I'm like, well, he's just playing with it. He don't want it. And I go to pull up, so it was bouncing. Sure enough, pulled in about 3 or 4 pound little flathead. I think I caught him on strawberry chicken, matter of fact. Strawberry chicken. I had to have strawberry chicken. Whatever it is, it keeps on grabbing at it, letting it go. I wonder if they got them gizzards off there. And it did twice real good. I'll see if they hit it a third time. If they do, I'll check the bait. Maybe put some fresh on. See what happens. I got a J hook on. I think I got a J hook on that one. Like I say probably close to 6-aught J hook. Back to the center rod, I got a big 9-aught King Catfish triple action circle hook on this first one right here, my yellow pole. That's my favorite rod. For some reason, that's the one that usually gets all the action. Every time I come out, it's the one that usually gets all the action. 39 pounder I caught down here a couple months ago. Landed it on it. What was it? Less than 3 days later, I come back down here and had it bend in half again, almost to the point it almost snapped. By the time I got to it, because of the mud, it doesn't let go. And then a week later, I come back down, had all 3 rods out, casted it out. Sure enough, 25 minutes before I get ready to leave, 30 minutes before I get ready to leave, that rod bends in half. I yank up on it, whatever it was, yank back. He felt great. He felt like he's probably 45 or 50 pounds. And I pulled him for a few seconds, and I realized the camera wasn't recording. It had shut off on me. So I laid my rod in my rod holder. I run over, hit the record button, come back. He's still bending the rod. Sure enough, go to reel it in, but not before he crossed my other 2 lines. Tangled all my lines up, and then spit the hook. Yeah, at night during spring and stuff, when all the bait are running more in this area, I've literally seen fish I think we come close to hitting 100 pounds right out in this cove area. I don't know what it is from this area. I'm guessing it's the fact of the water temperatures. It does drop off. It's only about, from what I can tell, it's only about 35, maybe 40 foot if we're lucky. I did order me a Castle fish finders. I'm gonna come up here one night when it's dark, when the water's actually more calm, to where it can sit still when the current's not as bad. Because right now the current's real bad. The choppiness in the waves, I wouldn't be able to get any good readings. But I am gonna walk out in the spring and use it. And I've actually got about 20 miles, about 10 miles I can walk when it's during the spring with the beach. It's almost well, I say about a 4 mile radius straight down this beach line that I can walk on. And I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna map out the whole area, find out where my deep spots are, my cover spots, to where I can get things done. That way during winter I know where my deep holes are at, so the catfish where they're hiding at. You know, check out my flathead spot, see what all is down there. I know people have been coming up here and having some real bad days. I haven't seen anybody up here in the last 7 months that I've been coming down here, but I am finding a whole bunch of broken fishing rods in the woods. Found one last time I was down here. It was a ugly stick, medium heavy action. Snapped in 2 spots. And reel and all was snapped. Little spinning reel, and the part of the spinning reel was still stuck in the rod. And I found a little Shakespeare rod down here about a month ago, sitting up in the woods. It looked like it was brand new. It was broke in half. So, yeah, somebody's hooking. People are hooking into the monsters down here and then breaking their gear. Instead of taking it home and disposing of it the right way, they're just throwing it up in the wood line. So, then I gotta haul it out of here. I'm already carrying almost 80 pounds of gear on my back as it is. If I don't have my card, I gotta carry it on my back, and it's almost 80 pounds. Yeah, I don't like carrying all my else's garbage out of here, but it's gotta be done. Yeah, I love seeing sounds like that when you come in and you find a whole bunch of broken rods laying around. That just shows you that somebody's been out here and they had a bad day, but they had a real good day at the same time, because something big took their rod or their hook, and yeah. Mostly on my gear, most of my gear is medium heavy to actually medium heavy to heavy, more closer to the heavy side because of these monster fish that I come down here trying to catch. Mostly use bait casters. Sometimes I use spinning rods and spinning reels, but mostly bait casters. Big fan of Cast King. Everything I own just about is Cast King, or over half of it's Cast King. I went and ordered me the Cast King Rover 70 because I love the 60 series. The 60 series are they're just beyond belief. I had a old Cat Mac, the 04 Ambassador Cat Mac series, whatever it was. I had one of those for about 4 years, and I had to rebuild it about 6 times. And a lot of it's my user error, because as you see the mud that I'm in, I always fish in areas like this where it's away from everybody and where I can actually get to a spot where the fish are not used to being hooked into. And getting mud in the gears when you work 70 hours a week, get to go fishing for 3 or 4 hours. It's like today, I haven't went to sleep yet. I've been up since I got off work 3:30 last night. I'm still awake. But yeah, you get home and you lay your gear down. You tell yourself, go out there and get that mud and sand out of them gear, out of them reels, clean them up. A week later, you get a chance to go fishing for an hour. You grab them reels and you pack more dirt and sand in. Eventually, you wear the gears out of them. You gotta replace the gears. So just by chance, I got tired of rebuilding the C3s I had, and was looking for another option on reels. Went through about 6 different casting reels and didn't like any of them. Getting ready to give up and bite the bullet. I knew I needed a couple new reels, so I was going to bite the bullet and spend the $200 for And then my brother-in-law ordered me a Cast King Rover 60. Here are the four-wheelers down here. He ordered me a Rover 60, and I come down here and used it about 3 times, and went home and ordered me 4 more of them. Now over to my big shark rod right there, I ordered a Rover 70. Not too impressed with it. It says it's a casting / trolling reel, but I cranked the brakes down on it, spindle brakes down on it as much as I can, and it will not lock. It just free spins no matter what you do. Casting is almost impossible. I thought about contacting Cast King and find out what's going on with that, because I've heard a few of my friends have bought the 70 series. Theirs locked down just fine, so I don't know if I'm missing a bushing in there or something like that. But yeah, I'm really impressed with most of the gear. And usually that's all I use as far as line. The Cast King mono. The only thing I don't like is the fact that they only go up to 30 pounds. I wish they'd get in more into the catfishing industry and put out a 40 or 50 pound. But as far as the mono goes, when they advertise it saying it's the world's best mono, well, I don't know about the world's best, but so far it's the best I've been able to find. I tried Sufex, P-line. Right now I've got the orange line, which you probably can't see, which is on the right orange center rod. That's the Berkeley power line, the expensive Pro Series power line. You can use Berkeley big game, the old Cajun line, all that, the red Cajun line. You can use all those lines. So far, the best line I found is that Cast King. The memory is so low on it that when you put it on the reel, you don't have to wait, a week for that to stop backlashing on its own. Like with the Berkeley and the Sufex, I put it on there. If I let my finger off that reel, not even to cast it, just to let it off the reel, it just bird's nest inside there because it's already formed to a memory to that spindle. And then when you go to cast out, it's all wavy and everything else. This Cast King I got, it doesn't do that. It's like mono, it's like a braid. It's mono, but it feels like a braid. There's almost zero memory to it. And I had last year, I come down here and I had some 40-pound Berkeley big game on one reel, and I had 30-pound Cast King mono on the other reel down in my flathead spot, and went to pull in and snag both rods within a 20-minute period. And I broke off the 40-pound easier than I did the 30-pound Cast King. And they both bought at the same time, brand new line. And that didn't happen just once. That happened like 4 or 5 times. Just grab a hold of the rod, 40-pound of brake, like it's supposed to. I had to walk the 30-pound mono, that Cast King, I had to walk it up the side of the dang hill here and walk it up. I had to wrap it around a stick and pull the stick and all to try to get the brake. Yeah, I think I would have broke the rod before I broke the line because it wasn't going nowhere. And it's really not that bad a price. I got 300 yards for I think $9, which is a lot cheaper than I pay for the Sufex or the Berkeley I'm using. Kind of hoping they're going to be at CatCon so I can discuss my Rover 70 with them. I'd like to get it working right so I can put it on my shark rod. I do got some 100-pound braid at the house, about 500 yards, 100-pound braid. I'm gonna put some 100-pound braid on there and run 100-pound. I got some 100-pound Sufex line to make leaders out of. And I'm gonna run it with 100-pound braid and 100-pound mono leader. And I've got some actual deep water hooks for shark fishing. I'm talking these hooks are almost 2.5, 3 inches long. They're about this big. So I'm gonna throw one of those on there. I can put almost a whole shad on there. I'm talking a full 2-pound, 3-pound shad, so hoping on there and still have plenty of hook exposed. If I keep on seeing these monsters roll out here the way I've been seeing them for the last year, and they come up, I mean, I've seen them come up right to the shore. There's a restaurant literally say 60 yards up this way. If you go up the hill, there's a restaurant here, major popular restaurant. During the day, during spring and summer, during the day, everybody migrates down to the beach and they'll walk down there, walk around a little bit, then they'll go back up. But yeah, I done lost train of thought of what I was saying. Don't ever get old. But yeah, I come down here and we had that's what I was trying to say. I come down here and I had a guy. Sorry if I stumble a little bit, y'all. I had a few strokes when I was younger, so sometimes my brain does that. Plus, I'm getting old. But yeah, we had a guy come down here and he was dropping some people off on a boat. He pulled his boat right up to the edge of the bank, and I yelled at him. I was like, "Dude, be careful! This water's only like 2-3 foot deep right here. This bank." He goes, "Oh no, he said it's 5 foot off the back of the where the motor's at." He said, "We're good." And then he launched it up on the sand. I'm like, "Dude, you're gonna tear up your boat. Give me a boat, because I ain't gonna launch mine up on hard sand to where the first 4 foot of it's in the sand, and the engine's sitting about 4 inches off the dang bottom. I'm not gonna do that with a dang boat." So, but he let some people off, and they was walking up to the restaurant to get some food and bring it back to the boat. And he was out there, and I was like, "So how deep's the water out there?" I said, "I see you got your fishing rods on the boat." And I said, I know you got some fish." He said, "Yeah." He said, "We're gonna get ready to go out now." He said, "I'm just getting some food to take with me." Sounds like a plan. Yeah, he said, "It's not bad out here." He goes, "Most of the spots I'm seeing are 25, 30 foot deep." He said, "There's some big fish over here." So we mean, he goes, "Well, there's something showing up right here that on my sonar, on my fish finder." He said, "It looks like a monster." I said, "I wouldn't doubt it." But at that time, we heard a splash right behind his boat, and he was standing there. He goes, "Man, did you see that fish?" I'm like, "I saw the splash of it." He goes, "Man, that thing is about 5.5 foot long." Like, "I wouldn't doubt it. It looked pretty big." He goes, "That was a catfish." I said, "Yeah, and you ain't got poles in the water?" He said, "No, you do." I said, "Yeah, they ain't coming over here yet." So, yeah, I know they're over here. It's just catching them and seeing what happens. I want 100-pound. I want to run 100-pound main and 100-pound mono just in case. I mean, leader just in case. You never know what you're going to hook into in here. When I was a little kid, my dad was telling me back in the 70s, they used to dive off the 2nd Street Bridge. What is up, one ton? How's it going today? We've been out here about an hour and a half. Got a few little nibbles. That's about it. You better change the bait here in a minute. Yeah, right now I'm using I got tilapia soaked in shrimp. So I put some shrimp and some a piece of shad I had, and a big old fillet of tilapia, give it some more scent. And I've got the strawberry garlic chicken gizzards right now. I'm trying to catch catfish. That's my main target fish is catfish. Usually when I come down here, I use bluegill or shad or skipjack, but right now all the area, the lakes in the area and stuff are about blown out. Also, I live in Kentucky, Louisville, and they've shut everything down. Right now, I walk down here in the mud up to almost my shins to get to a spot, because if I go anywhere down around the downtown area, they shut it all down. So yeah, we're trying to catch catfish. I actually got a carp rod out right now, trying to catch a carp or drum to see if I can use them for bait. Yeah, like I said, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky right now. Well, I'm born and raised here. Plan on staying here unless I have to leave, but they don't stop shutting things down. I may do that. Been fishing for too long to not be able to go out and go fishing. And my wife just signed in. Hi, baby, how you doing? We still ain't got nothing yet. Got a couple little nibbles. I have to leave my clothes in the garage again. I only went up to my shins this time, though. Yeah, I got a little warm gear wearing all this winter gear out here. Now the wind's starting to blow and the sun's starting to hide behind the clouds a little bit. And yeah, it's getting a little chilly when the wind blows. What kind of rods am I using? To tell you the truth, the only one I know of for fact is this center rod. Is an old Whisker. It was I think a 9-foot originally. I broke about a foot off the top of it. Well, when I got it, it was broke about a foot off the top of it, and I managed to find an eye big enough to put on there. Hey, how's it going, Half Crazy? Doing all right? We ain't caught nothing yet. We just now, starting to get bites finally. But yeah, that's the only rod. The center rod is the only one I know of. 1 ton. The other two was actually they're project rods. I moved into the house last year, so my kids basically moved upgrades where my kids can have their own rooms. Didn't have to share a room anymore. Plus, I wanted a garage so I could put my fishing gear in, and moved in, and both them rods were sitting in the garage. They're so old you couldn't tell what they were. Now, believe it or not, I do believe the rod right here, the yellow rod, is a Cast King rod. One of the old original Cast King, well, not old, but one of the original Cast King catfish rods. And I think the one on the end that was something Prestige or something weird like that I've never heard of. But yeah, they both was missing top eyes. Both of them had stress fractures, like little cracks in them. And I refiberglassed them a little bit, did some fiberglass work on them. And then when they had painted them up, I've got yellow, fluorescent yellow tape on the yellow rod. I haven't got a chance to paint it yet. That's actually my favorite rod. But yeah, it actually gets the most action. Caught a 39-pounder down here about, I'd say, about 2 months ago now. I think he was a little bit bigger than 39 pounds. Got home, looked at my wife, and sitting there covered in slime. Got home, and I was like, man, that fish was only 39 pounds, but I could fit my whole head in its mouth. I said, that's wild. I said, last time I looked one like it was almost 60. And I thought my scales that I was using at the time, these just little hand scales, and I thought they were 50-pound scales. and I found out they was only 40-pound fish. Well, when I went to look at them, they was actually set on 10 pounds. They was stretched out by 10 pounds. So whatever it was probably well over 39, but at the same time, like I told my wife, when you say it, it stays it. So even though I do believe it was over that, we'll call it that. But that was caught on that yellow rod. 4 days later, I come back out, got another hit like that on the yellow rod, where it bent almost in half, where I thought it was going to break. Went out to try to grab it, but I'm standing in, 6 inches of mud, so by the time I got to it, it does let off of it. And about 2 weeks later, I come back out and cast all the rods out again, and that same rod bent over again. I hooked it, whatever it was. It felt like it's probably about 45, 50 pounds. And I started reeling on him for a second. Realized the camera wasn't recording. So I put my rod in my rod holder. I ran over and I hit that record button. I come back over, my rod's still bending. I'm like, yeah, he's still on there. So about that time, I'm like, go to reel it in. And he spit the hook. But he waited till he had crossed all of my lines. Yeah, the wind's actually pretty bad, getting pretty bad here. It wasn't bad until about 10 minutes ago. It just started picking up. Also, my mount. Right now I'm using a tripod with a ring light. I was going to use for nighttime. That way I can see how the ring light works and see if how good y'all can see me at night. The mount that I have is actually sitting at my house. When I packed up everything, my cart was giving me issues, and it dropped out in my yard. And then, or hopefully it's in my yard. It may be up here in the woods somewhere because I have to track down. I carry all my gear down. I walk about 2.5, 3 blocks up and down these cliffs to get to my spot. And I got a little golf cart caddy, the little caddy carts. And I brought it down, and I wound up bending one of the wheels on it now. So I don't even know how I'm gonna get it up the hill. So yeah, it's been a fun trip today. But yeah, so now I had to come up with a quick solution, so I just taped my phone to the tripod. And it was doing fine till a minute ago, but now the wind's starting to pick up a little bit and move it around. Now I am about to take out the bait here in a minute on this small rod. That's the rod I got 2 or 3 hits on earlier. It pulled it down a little bit, then went slack, pulled it down, went slack. And that's the one that's got the strawberry garlic chicken on it. It's a strawberry garlic chicken gizzards. So yeah, we're gonna change out the bait on it and cast it back out, see what it does. Hope I can make it up down this hill without falling. The people that was in here earlier, they saw the treacherous walking I was doing in here. It's pretty treacherous. I literally got mud up to my shins, but my wife can contest that it's usually up to my kneecaps. So we're still doing better than what I normally do. My carp rod hasn't got any bites yet, so I may change out and put some garlic chicken on it also. Garlic strawberry chicken on it also. whatever it is coming in with me. No, just grass. The lines are tight. Slippery. Alright, we're back down. Got tangled up with some of that grass on the bottom. Yeah, I'm hoping we start getting some bites soon. I'm kind of surprised. Today's been a lot warmer day than it's been the last couple of weeks. We've actually had 3 warmer days back to back. This is the third one. Then it's getting ready to get real cold again. I think they're talking tomorrow. It's going to be in the low 30s, mid to low 30s. And they're expecting snow the next couple of days. So I'm really surprised these fish aren't just attacking anything and everything right now, trying to get food by the tail. But that's why they call it fishing and not catching. Yeah, I got a carp rod out here on the bottom. Wife picked me up a silvercat, B&M silvercat rod. And I had an old H2O Express I had never tried. Very weak reel. Don't have much drag on it at all. And I figured I was going to throw it on and make me a carp rod. I've seen carp in the area here in the spring and summer, but I don't know if there's any up here this time of year. But I figured I'd try to come out and see if I can catch any carp or a drum or something like that. We can use it for bait. It's a little bit better bait. Yeah, wind's blowing that camera around, ain't it? I can make it a little bit more stationary. The tripod's more sturdy. Sink it down in the mud some. I'm actually surprised these 2 big rods haven't went off because I've actually got them with some. They got tilapia and tilapia with piece of shad, well, it's actually a whole shad head and the guts, full of soaking water, and some shrimp. Got a real fishy smell to it. I thought it worked pretty good. No, I ain't caught nothing yet, baby. We still going with it. We still out here trying. You know me, I don't give up. We gonna get us a fish. Either that or we're gonna get a good blooper from me falling in this mud again. Either way, it's fine with me. It is what it is. We out here fishing. That's all that matters. Now, one thing can tell you right now, the meteorologists and stuff from the news down here, they don't know how to tell the weather to save their lives. Because I was watching the radar, local radar, and everything before I come down here. I looked at the hour by hour temp and wind. Uh, it's supposed to be 10-mile-an-hour winds all day until we got right at, I think, close to 4 o'clock. And then the wind was supposed to die down to 9 miles an hour and then go even slower and lower and lower every hour. But so far, it seems like the wind's picked up. And even though it was supposed to get up until 5 o'clock, the temperature was supposed to get right at 50 degrees. The temperature's starting to drop already. So then I just checked this about 2 o'clock, about 1:30 before I left the house. I've noticed if they say it's not going to rain, it's going to snow. They tell you it's going to be sunny. Expect for every cloud to block out the sun you can see. Everything they say is usually backwards. That's Kentucky weather for you. You don't like the weather? Wait a minute, it'll change. Today it might be 50. Tomorrow, well, matter of fact, today it's supposed to be 50, and it has been pretty warm earlier. Tomorrow they're talking 36 degrees. Snow all weekend. So I don't know why I'm getting messages on this phone because I got the do not disturb on, but I'm getting messages. Probably came to my other phone too. I just didn't check it. Every time what pocket I got it in would be good. Can't tell if that's just the wind or what blowing on that it might be just the wind. That's the one thing I don't like about this spot is there is no wind breaks, none whatsoever. My normal spot I fish is probably up about a good another 10 yards up this direction, 20 yards up this direction. It's actually got a down tree and the root base makes a real good wind break. But right now the mud is so thick right there. I went to walk over and I sunk up to my shins. And I turned around and said, nope, we're not going that direction. It's only gonna get deeper. Last time me and my daughter was up here fishing and she tried to walk up that path. She sunk to her kneecaps. So yeah, we're not gonna try that. This was actually the hardest part of the mud I could find. So we figured we can't post up right here. I've had to rearrange the rods about 4 or 5 times so we can try to see them better. But as you can see, I don't have much space at all behind me. And it's all slanted downhill like this on the opposite side of this tripod. So there's no way to put a windbreak or nothing in there. I think that's just the wind blowing things around. I think it's about time to check the bait on my carp rod. Just using corn, and these bait fish down here, they nibble it off so quick that they hit it and you don't even know they're tapping it before you reel it. You're reeling and there ain't no bait on it. I thought about switching over to some more of this strawberry garlic chicken on there. Try and cast some of that out there. Throw it out a little bit, and if we don't get any luck with any carp, and see if can't hook a smaller cat. Bait click off. The one thing I hate about fishing in winter months in the Ohio River, catch a bunch of leaves and plastic. Of course, there's plastic wrapped around there. There always is, because people don't pick up the trash. Now I'm going to have to wind up putting it in my bag and take it with me. Now that I got all that off there, yeah, still got some corn on there, but should be all right. I got about 6 kernels on there. It should be plenty. Using I would say about a size 5 circle hook. A little cheap ones I ordered from China. Bought a 100-piece set or whatever, 100 pieces of them, and they're off sized. They're in between a 4 and a 6, so I'd say about a 5. They're nice looking hooks. They're pretty sturdy looking. I grabbed them with a couple pairs of pliers when I first got them and try to see how hard it would be to break them. They held up pretty good, so we're gonna try them, see what they do. See if we can't catch some bait, make our day a little bit better. Yeah, I'm not too impressed with this little H2O Express. I mean, this thing casts like a dream. Don't get me wrong. This first time I've ever actually taken it out, it'll cast with some of the best of them. But the drag on it, even at max drag, I think it's only got like 8 pounds, 10 pounds of drag. So even at max drag, I can pull it out without trying. Turn my bait click back on. Yeah, we need a big takedown. Yeah, I may stay about an hour after dark. Even though I don't have my mount for my ring light, just so I can try my ring light out and see how good it works down here. I just got it, soldered it. I may try to put my rod light out, light up my rod. But right now, all this area is a bunch of fresh streams that just run off, little thin streams that run down the bank right here. So my rod holders are actually sitting in like 2 or 3 inches of water. So I don't know about taking a 20-pound or $30, $40 light bar in the water. Might not have the best results. Should have brought me some night crawlers down here. I know there's a lot of, one thing we do have a lot of in this Ohio River, drum. We have a lot of drum down here. And they cannot resist a night crawler. Could throw one on my carp rod, and if the carp ain't biting, the drum might be. Drum make good bait too. It's supposed to be real good eating. I haven't tried them yet. Me and my wife been talking about it. Talking about going out, catching a few of them, and bringing them home, cooking them up. But that goes against what I normally do. But we might try it. Usually I let everything go. If it ain't, well, I'll use drum for bait if it's a small one, but big drums I'll let go. Big carps I'll let go. I release everything. It's my strictly catch and release on my channel. Unless it's a bait fish like a sunfish, a shad, skipjack, small carp, Asian carp for sure. I'll keep all them because they're nuisance fish. But I release everything. I don't care if it's 60 pounds or 6 inches. I don't care. It goes back in the water. Being down here in Kentucky, Steve Douglas and a bunch of other people down here actually did a lot of work, conservation down here for the people that are here now that wasn't here earlier. They've done a lot of good work trying to restore the water back to what it used to be. I know back in the 90s when I started heavily into catfishing, we cast out, catch, 20 fish a night. Just as soon as you cast out, 20 minutes later, 10 minutes later, rods. We lost so many rods pulled off of docks and everything where they just snatch it and run with it. Yeah, I mean, we used to catch them all the time. And as the years have progressed, it's gotten less, 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 and less. And 4 or 5 years ago, Steve Douglas got together with a bunch of other states, and they started pushing for conservation, trying to get people to release these fish back in the water when they catch them instead of taking them out and letting them die. And they developed some more plans. I don't know the whole details of it. I know a lot of it though. I've followed Steve Douglas for years. Steve Douglas and Chris Flores. My first people I've ever subscribed to. But I followed Steve Douglas for years, especially him being from Kentucky, my home state. And I have noticed a difference I have noticed a difference. The bigger fish are coming back. We're starting to get more fish. So the things that they've done have been working. Uh, I think it's going to be quite a few more years, maybe another 10 or 20 years before we see the kind of fish we used to be back in the 90s. I think it's a possibility. You know, for 5 years straight, 6 years straight, I went out and I usually throw during the spring and summer and fall, early fall, when the water temperature are like above 65, 70 degrees, or about above 65 degrees, I'll cast up right on the banks. I mean, 2 or 3 foot from the shore, you know, to see what kind of bait fish I can catch. And I haven't been able to catch any fingerling catfish in 5 or 6 years. You know, they ain't been none nowhere. This year I managed to catch 5 of them on accident. You know, 4 of them was in this spot over here, and they've all been released back in except for the one that's in my aquarium right now because he swallowed the hook. And I figured, you know what, I'm gonna try to keep him alive. He's doing pretty good, but you know, before we didn't even see that. So that just tells me that these big fish are out here. They're breeding. So brings back a whole lot of possibility for these waters. These waters used to be some of the best waters. I mean, everybody used to brag about the Ohio River, about fishing in the Ohio River, the monsters that they would pull out of here. And then it just stopped. All the commercial fishing and everything. People taking fish out, just throwing them up on the shore, letting them die, just for no reason. Uh, these pay lakes and everything else, taking and harvesting the monster fish that they could find and putting them in their tournament lakes, and then them dying off and replacing them with more of them out of here. They pulled a lot of the big fish out of these waters, and all of us that fish these waters have suffered. But I've gotten lucky. I lucked into this spot. Since I've been in this spot, first moved to this house I'm in now. I literally live probably a 10 to 15 minute walk from here. First moved to this house, I was joking around about coming down to this spot because I could walk to it. And I started looking at it, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go down and check it out one night. I come down here, cast out a couple rods, and I just sit there and watch the water for hours. And I was seeing fish, 60, 70, maybe even 80-pound fish roll all night. Just this whole area was just full of fish. There was times that they would roll here, then they have another one right here, and it looked like you could actually play hopscotch to get across the river on top of the fish. And they were so big, they looked like giant logs rolling. Just got me excited, and now I started going through Google Earth and started just researching the area to find out what I could find out as far as, you know, what's in the area, why the fish are so big here, and why there's so many of them. Well, the one thing I did find out is we are in a cove of some sorts. Right here you have, on this side, as you can see, it bends off and the river turns. Less than a mile up the road, it turns the opposite direction. So we're actually in a snake curve, which is always good for catfishing. 2, this whole area is a bait pool. I mean, there's so much green. You can see shad, skipjack, shiners. This whole area is just full of bait, just everywhere. Billions of fish. On top of that, I have a power plant about a mile and a half down the road that pools in water and sucks water at a higher temperature. So this water stays a few degrees warmer during the colder months than the other waters do. And at the other side, I have a water treatment plant which does the same. It pulls in the cool water. By the time it comes back out, what does come back out is warmer. So it warms up this whole area. And I've got all the potential in this area because of that. Also, I have within a 4-mile stretch of here, I've got about 5 or 6 sunk barges. So geologically speaking, if you look at anybody that knows anything about fishing, knows what signs to look for. Every sign you could possibly think of to fish that may produce big fish and lots of fish is in this area. So I kind of lucked into it. And I've actually done pretty good since I've been here. I mean, I've only landed the 139 pounder that I've got on video. I've landed a couple small flatheads. I landed about a 7 pound, 8 pound and I missed quite a few of them. Now, when I first started coming down here, I was trying to carry light, so I needed to bring rod holders. And I was relying on bait click, and bait click with circle hooks doesn't work that great. Your hookup ratio is about 25 to 30%, and that's what I was having an issue with. I was missing more fish than I was catching because they would run with it for a block. By the time I got that hook locked back in place, couldn't hook up. So then I switched over to the rod holders, and the fishing's got a whole lot better. But at the same time, noticing the rod holders, my time being able to come out here got shorter. My work put me on mandatory 6 days, 7 days a week, 10-hour shifts. If I get a day off at all, it's once a week, if I get a day off at all. So now that I got the spot, now I know what baits that they've been biting best on, and where to cast and where not to cast. Now it's just finding time to do it, which is very hard. But we're gonna get out here every chance we can get. I don't usually let the weather stop me. I've been out in very cold weather before. I'm not seeing all the comment, baby. I'm seeing something about the mystery box. Did you? Oh, mystery bait. Yes. No. No, I did not use the mystery bait. Oh, thank you, baby. See? My wife's golden. She takes good care of me. She supports me through everything. I know it drives her insane because all the mud. And like I said, I'm only home 1 day a week, if that. And me being home 1 day a week and then spending it out here on the river. Yeah, we don't get to see each other that much, but she's very supportive. I love her to death. And she reminds my old bud of stuff that I can't remember. I brought out a mystery bait I wanted to try today, just for the fun of it. And I think it's time to put it on because she just reminded me of it. If I can get up this muddy hill, sink in some more mud. And actually, while I'm away, I'm going to take a potty break, y'all. Give me a second. If I can find a place away from everything. Oh, whoa, sinking in the mud. Hopefully y'all didn't hear much of that. Grab my cart while I'm up here so I can show y'all what I did to my cart trying to get down this hill. As I get my bait here. Alrighty, mystery bait, where are you at? Okay. I brought it. I want to eat my monster too. Sorry, y'all. I'll be right back right there with y'all in just a few seconds. I'm trying to get my bait together. Plus, I just noticed that my battery was getting low on my phone, so I'm gonna grab some chargers, charging blocks to charge her up so we don't go dead. Mystery bait. Oh, come here, bag. You can't fly away. Mystery bait. Got my cart down here. Brought my tape so I can put a charger on my phone. Go ahead and shape a couple on here so I can have one for my light also. Hey, Becca, how you doing today? We ain't caught anything yet. We just out here trying to do it. See what happens. Got to put on some mystery bait real quick. Had to get a charger block for my phone. Get ready to go dead on me. Got sand and mud all on my charging cord here. That's what happens when you fish in muddy spots. But it is charging, so that's all that matters. We'll get this one taped up and put on here to hold it there for the charger. Then I'm gonna put my big block on for my light. Unfortunately, I lost my mount somewhere. Just ordered me a ring light. Was walking down. I walked to my fishing spot and was walking down here to my fishing spot. And my cart broke and wound up losing my mount that goes to hold my phone in. So now I've got it taped in. So it's getting a little wobbly sometimes when the wind blows, but we're gonna make it work. I don't come down here and give up for nothing. All righty, we are good. The phone is now charging, so we should be good. I got 2 charging blocks just in case. So now it's time to try out this mystery bait that I brought down. We're gonna see if it works. Now I just gotta figure out what rod I want to put it on because I'm not sure. You know, I might put it on my yellow rod. That's my favorite rod. That's my lucky rod. Yeah, we can put it on the yellow one. Now I get to trample with some more mud, y'all. Maybe y'all get to see a blooper reel. No, I ain't gonna try that. There will be a blooper reel there. All right. Come here, baby. Snagging up into something here. Right. Win or miss. Get off there. All right. Yep. Knew that was gonna happen. What happens when you gotta squeeze into a spot where you ain't got enough room to move? All right, come on. We got this. Angle. All right. Let's try that again. This time without the oops. Go wrist way a little bit. Sorry, y'all. I'll be right back with y'all. Give me just a second to get this back out there. All right, we are out in the depths. Off the slack. You're good to go. All righty. Let me get back up here with y'all. All right, let's see what that does. It's a mystery bait my wife just reminded me of that I had brought with me. If it does any good, we'll let y'all know what it is. If not, I don't want to waste y'all's time. I don't know if that's a bite already or what. That'd be funny if it was a bite already. We'll know if that rod been completely over. Until it actually bends down a lot further than what it's doing, I'm not messing with it. I've seen these fish take that rod and bend that rod in half. So until it bends in half, I'm not touching it. And my carp rod I got on the ground down here, got some corn on it. It ain't doing no, hasn't got any bites yet. It's been out here since I got out here, and it ain't done no, it ain't got too good. So I might switch it out here in a minute, cast it out, might cast it along the shoreline right here in the shallows and see if there's anything lurking in this area. It's right off the sand. Because when this water's down, right now this water's up a couple feet. When this water's down, I literally have probably close to 15 to 20 foot of beach going straight out for about a 4-mile radius that I can walk. And this summer when I ordered a depth finder, fish finder that you cast out. And this summer I'm gonna walk down and I'm gonna cast out and map this whole area, find out where the deep spots are at for the winter. Take out my flathead hole. I got a flathead hole about maybe 40 yards up. I probably not even that far, probably about 30 yards up. A bunch of the trees in this area, because all this is woods behind me. I'll show y'all that. I'll show y'all that muddy hill I had to climb up. Well, y'all see all my junk, that's all you see, but it's all trees back there, and Yeah, I got there's a bunch of them that where the water has come up and washed the root systems out. They fell in the water, and there's a bunch of trees about 30 yards down, 40 yards down. They're in the water, and when the water's down, you can see part of the root system sticking out. And the flatheads love that area. Every time I cast out over there, I catch a flathead. I get flathead bites. But I don't fish it unless I'm fishing for flatheads because it's very snaggy. You will snag into that tree every time. I guarantee if they pull that tree out right now, it's probably got about 100 pounds of weights on it because I'm breaking off and snagging it. So during the spring and the summer, when I'm out here fishing in the early fall, when the current's not that bad and this water's not up, and it's not dragging everything with it. Right now it's dragging grass, leaves, tree branches, and everything through. But it's not doing that. This beach at night, the water gets as calm as glass, and you can literally see everything. And I can cast out, in this spot. I've got about a 75-yard stretch that I can cast out in, and it's all just sand. Zero snags, so I'm not losing my gear. And the fish bite real good in this area. I'm actually surprised that we haven't landed one yet. All we got those two little nibbles earlier on the strawberry garlic chicken gizzard. But other than that, we haven't had any bites on anything. It's actually surprising because we're actually this is a warm front right now. We've got days supposed to get up to 50 degrees. It's going to drop back down to 36 or 37 tonight. By tomorrow morning, it's supposed to be 34 and start snowing. So weather's about to make a major change, but this is like the third day in a row we've had warm, sunny weather. Warmer, sunny weather. In the 40s, because it's been in the 30s all the last 2 or 3 weeks. All the last 3 days, mid 40s. Day was the warmest of them all. You would think that the temperature changing like that and warming up for 3 days, being on the third day, usually on the third day of anything, it works out pretty good. But so far, we haven't had much luck. Like I said, I don't give up. I did just get my new ring light and everything. So we're going to try it out. Even though I have my mount on it, we're going to see if y'all can see me okay. And I know I can't run it for too long because even though I'm using one of the biggest power banks I can use, the one thing I don't like about this ring light is it uses a lot of power. I was testing it at the house. It worked great. I mean, everybody can see me perfect, crystal clear. The battery only lasts about 2 hours. I do have a couple power banks with me, but it'll run them dead so quick. I might get 3 hours out of it most. So I'm going to have to look and probably get me a bigger power bank, which is going to be kind of hard to carry down here because, like I said, I carry all my gear usually on my back. That's how I usually carry it down here. And it looks like that's the way I'm going to start doing it again because I did bend the leg on my cart and it won't roll up the hill. So I'm going to probably put my bag on my back, strap all my gear, which is probably close to 80 pounds of gear, 70 to 80 pounds of gear. I ain't weighed out the bag yet. It's pretty heavy. Especially having 4 rods, tripod, backup lights, everything I got. Yeah. So, plus all the extra weights, the leads, the swivels, the hooks, the baits, the drinks. It's pretty heavy. Something happened with the yellow rod. We got a barge coming through. Maybe we'll get a barge bite. Maybe something take it and run with it. Right now, it's just, I don't know if y'all can see how good you see the tip on it, but right now it's just going like this, ease up a little bit and then go back down. I mean, they're all swinging a little bit because the water, but that was going a little bit more than what it should for water. Here's my mic volume. Thank you, Ace, man. Thanks for stopping by. You have a good day, man. Yeah, I hope I catch something, but if I don't, you know, at least I'm out here fishing, man. But I appreciate you stopping by, man. You have a good day, and I'll catch you later. I'd say that's a bite. I don't know how good y'all can see them rods, but that yellow rod's definitely doing something that ain't supposed to be doing. So we're going to check it out here. If so, that's on that mystery boat. And I lost my monster. Yeah, barge is floating through here. I don't know if y'all can probably hear it. I don't know if y'all can see it when it was coming through or not, but I'll try to see if I can't turn this a little bit, let y'all see it. Loosen this up a little bit. Yeah, if I can turn it. I don't know if y'all can see it or not. He's floating on through here. We're going to get a heck of a wake. My feet might get wet. Right now I'm sitting probably, I'd say probably close to shin high in mud as it is, so we might get a little bit wetter, but it's all good. I get to this barge passing by. I'm gonna change out since my corn ain't doing any good. I'm gonna change out and put some my garlic strawberry chicken. Put a little small piece on here. It's an itty bitty hook. Like I said, I think it's like a size 5 or something like that. Uh, Circle hook. So it's an itty bitty hook. We're gonna probably throw a little piece on there and see what happens. Cast it out along the edge of the beach. See if there's anything swimming in close, looking for things. Dink or something. I usually don't fish for dinks. I usually use bait the size of my hand on the biggest hook that I can get. Usually I run 9 and 10 aught circle hooks, and usually I throw out probably at least 4 or 5 ounces of bait at a time. I don't really play with small baits. Today I did size down a little bit, but we didn't size down much. And I'm just hoping when the sun goes down here in about another half an hour, 45 minutes, I'm hoping the light doesn't affect the fishing. That is an issue I have out here. I'm gonna go in detail and depth on the video here soon coming up on shell fishing. I'm noticing certain areas. I've been doing this for years, and I'm noticing in some of our areas, light actually affects the fishing. Some areas it don't, some areas it does. This is one of them areas that it severely changes everything. Mainly due to the fact that there's no artificial light in this area. I tracked down in the mud for, and down a cliff side to get down here, to get away from everything, to get to a spot to where you don't have a bunch of people coming down here fishing, bothering you, making all kinds of noise, yelling and hollering. We do have four-wheelers and stuff you'll hear in the background sometimes. But, you know, That's why I tracked down here so I can get away from everybody. Waves are already taking over. So yeah, the light sometimes, with there being no artificial light down here, none whatsoever. There's no street lights, no building lights, there's no kind of light whatsoever shines into this water at night, besides the moon. So when you start adding, bright LED lights and everything else, it throws off the feeding cycle, because these fish are so used to, lying in wait for the fish to come past them or come to them, or since it's always dark, they have a snake approach where they can sneak up. That's why the fish out here bite more timid. It's a slower bite instead of a real quick hit, because they're used to using the nest when they catch the bait, when they catch the feeder fish. So usually I don't have good luck if the light's shining. What I normally do is when the beach is full and I've got the 15-foot of beach, 20-foot of beach I usually have, what I'll normally do is I'll walk back as far as I can. I'll cast out and I'll bring my poles back. My rods like being, my rod holders like being, 15 foot from the water, 20 foot from the water. And then I'll have the light on the, facing towards the shore, away from the water. That way the light doesn't shine in there. I'll have my camera and everything else facing towards me, away from everything. And if, where it takes the hill, I can always bring down a tarp or use my bag like I've been using. I've been using the bag for the chair. I'll put it behind my light to where it keeps the light from reflecting into the sun. It's actually worked out pretty well. I didn't bring all that extra stuff with me today. I brought my light camera with me. Just to try them out. Figured I'd stay down here about an hour or so after dark. Not much after dark because the temperature's supposed to drop in the 30s and start raining and turn over to sleet and then snow. I'm already soaking wet, covered in mud up to my ankles, up to my shins actually. So it wouldn't be a good idea to stay out here and get hypothermia. So we're going to try it out and see what the lights do. Make sure y'all can see me okay, and keep the stream going for as long as I can. Yeah, it is. Any given time, if my volume gets too loud or too low, if somebody let me know, because I do have a external mic on. I try to do that. That way, y'all can hear me over top of the waves or the water, especially when the barges come through. So if it's too loud, let me know. I can turn it down. If you can't hear me, tell me. I'll turn it up a little bit. We got another barge coming through right behind the other. Now, usually when we get the barges down here, we get what they call a barge bite. What it usually happens is when the barge goes through, it stirs up the bait off the bottom and stirs the fish up a little bit. And then they'll usually attack your bait. So it puts a scent to the water. The issue is we usually don't get the bites until the water calms down. Now the barge coming in the water to calm down. Now we got choppers flying. Now if this was in Washington, we'd be hollering chopper bite. But we ain't in Washington, we in Kentucky. We in Kentucky. At the good old muddy Ohio River. was gonna wait till the water started calming down from the first barge, and I was gonna change out the bait on my carp rod since it hasn't gotten any nibbles whatsoever. And I was gonna throw a piece of this garlic strawberry chicken on there, cast it right up on the bank area, you know, where it's like 3-4 foot of water right up on the sand. See what's swimming around in that area. I've cast it out there with the carp rod earlier, like cast it long ways down the shore. Didn't get any bites. Cast it deep. I haven't got any bites. So I don't know if carp are in here this time of year or not. A lot of times the fish move in and out of this area. They aren't nesting in this area, but I did catch those. I have been catching a bunch of fingering catfish in this area. So they are nesting in this area and breeding in this area. But if they stay here after they breed, I'm not sure. I just know that if I come down here, you know, into March, April, first part of May, when the weather's starting to warm up and the fish are starting to get more active, you can sit down here and you can count the fish row. And I mean, it's like, I'm not saying you can count them, it's just like, it's like counting seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, that fast. Fish after fish. And I wasn't so sure if they was catfish or not at first, because I know carp down here are bad. We got Asian carp getting taken over these waters. I haven't seen none down here in the Louisville area. They say they're all here. I haven't seen any, but they say they're here. But I've been watching catfish rows for years. They come up and grab the bait and do basically like a alligator death roll, is what I call it. We've seen these big monster fish out here all night. I mean, you may see, you know, 60 rows in a 4-hour period, and the ones that you see are, you know, 40, 45 pounds plus. You can hear the smaller ones up close to the shore, but the bigger ones, you can see them, and I've seen them come up within, you know, we've been cast out. My daughter was up here last year when we first started coming up here. Me, my daughter, my son, and my daughter's brother. No, my son didn't come up here, I'm sorry. It was me, my daughter, and her brother come up here. And he was out here fishing one night, and we had about a 45 pounder, 50 pounder roll, maybe 25 foot from the shore. I mean, neck close to the shore. And then they jump out so much, you'll have them scattered out and jumping, you know, everywhere, rolling to the point where you feel like you just jump across them and play like Mario and hopscotch all the way across the river on top of them. They're so big and so many of them. But I don't know what it is. Some days you come down here, just like any other fishing spot. Sometimes you come down here and it's on fire, bite after bite after bite. And sometimes you come down here and if you get a nibble, you're lucky. But that's why they call it fishing and not catching. I do know usually within 20 minutes of the sun starting to go down, the water starts to calm down. The wake gets real calm. I mean, there's times when there's it's almost like a sheet of glass out here. Usually it takes about 3 hours after dark for it to get like glass. But it'll get like glass and you'll hear the fish roll, you'll see them roll. And that's when the water's at the calmest is when the fish are attacking the most. I've noticed that out here. You know, when this water gets like glass, you better hold on to your rod because something's about to happen. And even though these rod holders can hold up to, you know, 50+ pound fish pulling on them, when the water gets calm, I get closer to them because I don't even trust them then. So yeah, you got something right. Yeah. I'm taking it. Go ahead and take it. Run with it. Something's bothering my carp rod, or was. Stop running with it now. I'll put it back down here and see if they run with it some more. Give them a chance to run off. Set the hook on them. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to highlight it. Yeah, it is totally muddy down here. I come down, usually when I leave out of here, I've got mud to my kneecaps. But see, that's what makes this spot so good, because nobody else wants to deal with the mud. You know, the way I look at it is mud's just mud. It washes off. And I got a 4x4 truck lifted 2 inches. Oh, well, actually, it lifted 3 inches with big mud tires on it, Mickey Johnson mud tires on it, just to go play. So it all washes off. And if it keeps the other people out of my fishing spot, that's great. Actually, I did not bring my rubber boots back there. I actually had some, but they're so covered in mud right now, and it's so cold because they're not insulated, that I didn't wear them. I've actually got my military boots on, military style boots on. So my feet are pretty dry. I did sink them down in some water earlier and almost pulled my boot off in the mud. But yeah, other than that, you know, it just makes it more fun. It keeps everybody out of my spot. But yeah, normally I wear like mud boots and rain boots down here, but I wear them more during the spring and summer since they're not insulated. And I've got thermal insulated waterproof hunting boots, they're camouflage real trees. They're thermal insulated, so I usually wear them down here. Well, see, I've got the insulated socks and everything. I've got 4 or 5 pair of those on. I've actually got a pair of them on right now. I've actually got 2 layers of socks on just in case. So my feet are pretty warm. I'm doing good. You know, I anticipated the temperature to drop. Like I said, this is actually a heat wave for us. It's been in the 30s all week. It's now dropped down to, you know, it got up to, went from the 30s, it got all the way up to 50 degrees today. Now the wind's starting to pick up, as you can tell by the camera flying. But the wind was supposed to start calming down as the night progressed, and the temperature was slowly supposed to drop like a degree every hour, or you know, a degree every 2 hours is what they were saying. And then by 7, 8 o'clock, it was supposed to start raining and start switching over to sleet and then to snow. But our forecasters here don't know how to tell anything. You know, like right now they're saying at this time, let's see here, right at 5 o'clock, we're supposed to be at, you know, 7, 8 mile an hour, 9 mile an hour wind. When I first come down here, we supposed to be at 10 mile an hour wind. Right now, when I come down here, I was probably at 5 mile an hour. Now I'm at about 15 to 20 mile an hour. So yeah, they don't know what they're doing for sure. But yeah, I anticipated this cold weather. I made sure I had two pairs of socks on, an insulated pair and a regular pair of socks. I got mostly waterproof. They're mostly waterproof boots. I got a sweatshirt, thermal shirt on underneath of it. I got this big thermal jacket and thermal pants on. So I'm actually pretty warm. If the wind's not blowing, it doesn't feel bad out here. Even though the temperature's done dropped about 5 degrees in the last 25, 30 minutes. It's literally dropped that quick, and the wind's picked up. That's probably why. I'm not really that miserable. I'm going to sit out and rough it out as long as I can because I don't get to go fishing much. You know, I work 60, 70 hours a week. This is the first time I've got to come out and fish in almost a month. So I'm taking advantage of it. I told my wife I'll be out, you know, maybe an hour or so after dark. We're going to see how it works. You know, I told her I might be out longer. It all depends on if I caught any carp. But I was hoping on catching a carp today and using it for bait since I didn't have any real good bait. But I just had a little nibble on the carp rod, but that was the first time I even got hit. So not too optimistic on it. But if it happens and I catch a carp and I use him for bait, then I might stay out a little bit longer just so I can see what happens. I wish it was 63 degrees here. If it's 63 degrees here, I can promise you right now, my wife and kids wouldn't see me. I'd be in this beach right here on some kind of makeshift bed since I haven't had no sleep. I'd got some makeshift bed. I'd have my rods out and I'd be here all night. The sun would come up before I went home. Even though I do have to work tomorrow. Luckily, I work night shift. Now, we don't get off till 3:30 in the morning. Don't have to be there until 5, but that's why I haven't went to bed. I haven't went to sleep yet. I think I got a half an hour nap on the couch today, and I got up and started getting my gear ready to get down here. So I'm basically running on a half an hour sleep in the last, I'd say close to 30 hours. But the excitement of being on here talking to all y'all and out here getting a good chance to come fishing since I haven't got to go with so long. You know, I'm energized. I'm ready to go. Now, if the rain stays away, the temps stay okay, and if I get some kind of bait fish to bite, I can get some better bait on so I can get catch the fish, I'll stick it out a little bit. But yeah, I didn't. Normally, I come down, I'll bring a bunch of bluegill and sunfish because so far that's what I've done the best on. I can take a piece of bluegill and throw it on these rods, cast it out, and usually within 15, 20 minutes, rod's bent in half. The creeks I normally go to catch my bluegill right now, they're not producing fish at all. I don't know if it's the weather. I guess it's probably what it is because the water's real shallow. It's not producing any kind of fish. Got one bluegill at the house. I got a 55-gallon aquarium in my living room. Right now, I got my rescue catfish in there. I caught a little 6-inch fingerling catfish, channel cat, earlier this year. He swallowed the hook real bad. I had a little baby. I'm talking size 10 salmon egg hook that I was going to use for trying to catch, you know, bluegill and everything else off the edge of the bay. And he wound up swallowing that hook. He got twisted in his stomach. So I decided, you know, I wasn't going to let him die. Not too far from the house, I'd take him home and try to see if I can help him survive. And sure enough, he's doing pretty good in my aquarium. So then I added some bluegill in there. I caught some bluegill and I had a couple extra. When I come down, I'm like, well, I'm not going to take them all with me. I'll leave a couple in here for those emergency days when I get a last minute where I've only got an hour or two to go out. I'll have some bait. You know, I had 3 of them in there. I got 2 of them out about a month ago. Used them because I caught a couple that day and I was a couple short, so I took 2 of them out. The last one has been evading me. He will not. I can't get him with a dip net. I'm trying to recatch him with a hook and a worm. Sneak up on him. He's smart. He's going to become a permanent pet until I drain that aquarium. He is not giving up. He's sneakier than I am. All right, sun's starting to go down a little bit. Getting ready to go down over the hills here. So what I'm thinking about doing is, I'm thinking about before it gets too bad, go ahead and set my stuff up for my lights. I'll probably use my broken cart so I can put my light off the ground because I don't want my light. $35, $40 light. I don't want it laying in the wood. So I'm gonna use it to light up my rod. I'll probably use my cart to hold it up since it's not doing anything else. So I'll use it to light up my rods. I go ahead and set all that up so I can see to walk around this mud. Go ahead and get my headlamp out, get my gloves on, get all my stuff for the temperature get ready to drop. See what happens. See if we can actually get a bite. Usually the fishing is a lot better out here after the sun sets. So what I'm probably going to do here in a few minutes, when I get up, I'll probably get up and be up for about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. I'm probably going to change out the baits and recast them because the barges have drifted them downstream a little too far. So I'm going to probably recast it, pull them in, recast them. Hopefully I don't snag into stuff because for some reason I'm snagging and I don't want to snag in this area. So I don't know what it's brought in with it, but try to recast them, put some fresh fish on there. Right now I got the tilapia soaked in shrimp, and I got a shad head in there with it that's still real bloody. That was in the freezer with it. So that tilapia's got a real fishy, funny smell to it. So I think it'll be some good bait. It stays on the hook real well. So we're gonna rebait up with it, get some fresh out right as the sun's going down, and see if we can't catch us a monster. And then I'm gonna grab my chicken gizzard, and we're gonna put one on this little carp rod right here. And I'm gonna cast it back out in the shallows and see what happens. So I'm gonna get all this set up, and I'll be right back with it. Oh. Let's see how I want to do this here. Go that way, but it won't go the other way. So I'll just do it like this. Looks like that'll work pretty good. Get it leveled out a little bit better. All right. Got some fresh bait. Recast these rods out. Put a big chunk on the center one. Whoa. It's muddy and slick. And put a small chunk on the other one. Grass. Yeehaw. Well, good thing I checked my bait. There wasn't nothing on there. They done cleaned it off. Weeds, weeds, and more weeds. Leaves, leaves, more leaves. All right. Bait on here. Now I'm gonna reel this other one in first, so I can recast in this direction since the current's gonna drift them. This has got that garlic strawberry chicken on it, so I'll probably only change out the bait on the one. I just changed this out not too long ago. As long as the bait's still on there, will be good. But I'm gonna recast it that direction, try to get it out into a different spot, change up the location a little bit. Since I can't really move from this spot of the bank and go to a different spot of the bank, I can recast in different directions. So since it's drifting all the way down this way, if I cast it far enough that direction, then by the time it drifts, it should be about where I want it at. And then I can section it off so I got one this direction, one to the left, one to the right, and one dead center. What we're going to aim for. Come on, sink. Get up with me. So we got that one off to the right. I'm going to cast this out a little bit to where it'll drift towards dead center. It is going to drift. Draw this grass off of it. That's a big old chunk of fish right there. It's probably a good 4 or 5 ounce piece of fish. So we're going to hope for some good bites. All right. That didn't work. Trying to miss that tree. Catch it before it sinks and gets dragged up. Gets all in that grass. Feel good. Go. That sounded deep. It's still dropping. All right, we are good. Slack off. All right, we are good, y'all. I'm going to turn my light on. This thing stays lit for quite a while. Put it on high. The batteries stay good on that light right there for about, they say it runs for about 12 to 14 hours straight on one charge. So I'm pretty sure it can run 2 or 3 while we're out here. Maneuver around this mud hole. Back up into my sitting mud hole. Ooh. What's so funny, baby? The cast? You see the tree behind me. I didn't want to get caught up in the tree and lose all my gear. Well, actually, y'all can still see me pretty good, so even though the sun's going down, so that's pretty good. I was hoping it would be, pretty clear out here. I haven't even had to turn on my light yet. Hopefully I don't have to. Not anytime soon, but I did go ahead and turn on my bar light because it'll light up the rods and that's where y'all can see them. If it does start getting dark, even though you can't see the rods from that position. Let's see if I can turn this where y'all can see them a little better. Barely see that last rod though. It's hiding behind the other one. There is 3 rods out there, I promise. I wanted to get some other bait on this besides the corn. The corn's not working. I got that little nibble a minute ago, but that's all I got. So, get off of there. We're going to try to throw some garlic, strawberry garlic gizzard on here. A little bitty chunk because this is an itty bitty hook. But maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get a drum or something to swim through and pick it up. I've seen people catch carp on strawberry chicken before, so it's not a far fetch from catching anything possible. Small dink catfish come up towards the shore, trying to feed before the sun goes down. But we're gonna see what happens. Might put a heart on there. I think there's a small heart in there. Cover that itty bitty micro hook right there. I mean, it's itty bitty. It's about to hear it. Still had the point exposed. Yep, that looks like a good old piece right there. Look at that. Hook's still exposed enough to get a hook set. Even if it flops, it can get a hook set. It's still small enough for a small fish. So we're gonna cast it back out here and see what happens. Cast it real shallow in, about maybe 6 foot from the edge of the beach. So this reel ain't got much power to it. It ain't got much power as far as drag wise, but casting wise, it doesn't do bad. It does not do bad at all. I don't know how it's going to cast now that it's got sand and mud on the gears, like the rest of my rods and stuff, but
Real?
we shall see. I think I'm gonna put my gloves on a little bit. My hands got a little damp. Leaves and stuff. Getting a little silly. I don't want my fingers getting in. Yes, that. Yeah, a lady at my work gave me these. She always see me with my talking about. She knew that I was in hunting and fishing, and so this gonna fit me. Somebody gave them to me. Like they're orange, of course. Take them. Yeah, they're hunting gloves. I said, yeah, I know, I'll take them. Well, I'm gonna throw them away if you don't want them. Like you gonna throw a brand new pair of gloves away. I'm glad we make that much money in this company. That's good. She looked at us, I'm glad you make that much money in this company, because I don't. Y'all can barely still see them rods. I was hoping I'd be able to get more of the tips of them in it. Y'all actually seeing probably about a foot down from the tip. And I don't think there's any way I can raise this camera up. I may be able to get it up if I show do some redneck engineering 101. I had to tape it to the mount. Maybe I can get something underneath there enough to lift that camera just enough to where we can see the tips. Because if you can't see the tip of the rod, then you're not going to see a takedown. Yeah, see, y'all ain't seeing even half of that. So we're going to have to fix that. Maybe if I pull my tape up a little bit harder, it maybe hold it up. Nope, didn't think so. I got a little better. You might be able to see the rods now if they bend over. You might just see it. Try to see if I can't fix it like I did the TV. My wife's going to check. I'm a perfect fixer. It fixes everything. It'll hold it if I can get one in there. Take these gloves off for a second so I can actually get it to go. Yeah, I'm hoping I find my mount because I'm hoping, I just bought this. There we go. See? Redneck Engineering 101. Works every time. Just find something cushiony. No, cigarette butt. You can make it stand up. Also, if you get in flat screen TV where it starts getting the lines through it, we had a 52-inch that a guy threw out. He said he had it less than a year. They paid $1,500 for it. My neighbor. He said he couldn't get it to work. He said, man, it just keeps on getting lines in it. We can't do nothing with it. He said, I'm going to throw it out. I'm like, no, don't throw it out. I said, I fixed a lot of things. I took my fingers across the back of the tracking board where the connectors are at. Sure enough, you hit one spot, and the TV would work perfect. I'm like, well, there's the problem right there. It's not making connections. So I unplugged it, plugged it back in, didn't change anything, it still kept on doing it. But if you put pressure on it, the TV will work. So I took a cigarette butt, shoved it in there. We used that TV for 5 years. Never had a problem. He said he had contacted the company to get that TV fixed. And they told him it would cost him more to fix that TV than what the TV cost. He paid almost $15. Goes to show you sometimes a little bit of redneck engineering goes a long way. The small rod down here that you can't see is actually redneck engineered completely. When I found that rod, it was in the house I moved in. We moved into. I was missing. It had a bunch of stress cracks in it. I mean, some bad stress cracks. I refiberglassed the whole rod. And put a new top out on it. Had to fix the real seat. Had to fix it and everything else. Now I wouldn't be scared. I wouldn't be afraid of pulling a 50-pounder on that rod. All right, y'all. The sun should be going down here in the next 15, 20 minutes. It's already settling over the hill. It starts getting too dark down here to see. I'll plug in this ring light, make sure y'all can still see me. See how that works. Usually as the sun goes down here is when the magic happens. Hopefully my light being this close to the water don't affect that. But we'll see. So I don't know how much this ring light's and how good this ring light's going to work without the mount for the center. I'm hoping I dropped it in the yard and not in the path coming up here. I will backtrack my steps when I leave to look. But when that cart broke, my whole bag tumped over, everything went everywhere. So we're gonna see. If not, I can redneck engineer something else. But I've got another mount. All I need to do is find a screw to fit it. Help when you're a retired mechanic and you have probably 16,000 nuts and bolts in your garage. Something that works. Speaking of lights, though, it probably would be a good idea for me to go ahead and grab my headlamp. That way, if I do have to get up to get something and the sun goes down, I'll be able to see where I'm going. Behind me here. Batteries for it. And there's my headlamp. All right. Get my headlamp on. Work. Yep, they still work. And I apologize to everybody if we get a bite. Uh-oh. Something popped loose. I apologize to everybody if we get a bite. Oh, I think we get a bite now. Yellow rod. On a mystery bait. Yep, so I can get him. You gonna keep on playing with it? Or is he actually gonna take it? Now no, he doesn't let go of that, I think, and something looks like it's hitting the small rod on the other side. Maybe it's gonna be a double night. You can only wish. Oh well, he didn't stop biting that yellow rod. It looks like. Hopefully, he didn't get that bait because that's the only piece I had. Because it was just like I said, it was a mystery bait that we're just gonna try out. I think he's done. Got tired of playing with it. What's going on a little bit? If he wants to, he'll pull that rod over. I've seen a 6-pounder bend that rod enough to where you can tell he's getting a bite. So if he wants it, he'll take it. He's still pulling at it. Don't look like he wants to commit to it too well, but yep, I don't think he's on there. Nope. Probably wasn't a fish at all. It was a plastic bag, dragging my weight down. Imagine that. People in the litter. I don't know why it's so hard for people to take the trash home. Or since there is a restaurant behind me where I go fishing at, there's a restaurant, a major restaurant, and they actually got tired of people throwing trash out. So right here at the bank, I mean literally right here before you walk down this hill, about 30 yards down, where everybody at the restaurant comes down at, because I don't go down that area. Uh, there's a garbage can right there. Why people don't use it I don't understand. Oh, go back in the water. Take you with me, throw you away. Put you up here, right out of the way. Alrighty, I'm gonna get this back out there and hopefully get a bite. That took a while to sink. Maybe I'm in one of them deep holes right there. That'd be great. Take up our potential of getting a fish. All right, now that the wind stopped blowing, it feels pretty good out here again. All it took was for the wind to stop blowing, and we're back to decent temps. Either that or it's the fact that we started getting a bite, or so I thought, and got my blood pumping. One of the two. All right. Anybody else stepped in yet? No, baby, the water's not coming any more towards me. What she's talking about is we don't have like a tide or anything here. But since I do have a power plant a mile and a half down this direction, and I also have a water treatment plant down this direction, this water raises and fluctuates because of that. They pull water out and they put water in. Usually when the power plant puts it in, it takes the temperature of this water up by 10 to 15 degrees, which is great. So I'm kind of hoping they would pull out. If they pull some water out of it, it would give me a little bit more beach area to play on. But, I've got more beach now than what I had the last time I was up here. It's just a lot softer mud. Oh, you're good. You're good, Becca. No problem. I'm glad. Just appreciate you coming in and checking out the chat or the live stream. It started off pretty horrible. Getting better. Get even better if we caught a fish. But I'm still optimistic. I don't give up. I keep my game up and we keep it going. Sun's getting ready to go down, so the fish might start biting. The last time I come out here, it was real cold. We didn't get a bite all day. I sit out here I actually think I fell asleep in my chair, to be honest with you, because I had been up for 40 hours. And I didn't get a bite for 8 hours I was out here. The sun started setting. I said I was going to try out one of my new lights, because that's what I usually do. If I come out here and I got a new light, I'll try it out. Went to try out my new light. Sure enough, a few minutes after the sun started setting, all my rods started going crazy. But I had so tired and so wore out, and I done made a promise that I'd be home, a half an hour after the sunset. 20 minutes after the sunset, I packed up and I left. Can't make the missus mad, she'll beat my butt. Actually, she won't beat my butt, but she takes good care of me. She supports me through everything, and I try to keep every promise I make to her. That's why I told her tonight. I come out today. When I come out, I may stay an hour or so after dark. Don't know yet. Depends on if the biting happen, how good the bites are, and depends on how cold it gets. If it don't get too bad, I might stay out and see what happens, or at least until my lights go dead, because the power block I have for the ring light will only glow this ring light for about 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. So then it'll go totally dead. So we can't stay too much after dark. But like right now, I know y'all can't see me because I'm lifted up. But right now, you can still see me pretty clear from what I can tell. So And that's without any lights on, so we may be good. But all that aside, I'm going to step off and take another potty break because I just downed most of this monster to try to get my energy flowing, and I'm going to potty break. I'll be right back with y'all. Oh, careful with the mud. Down the hill I go. Where the mud stops, no one knows. We are back, y'all. Just to show y'all how muddy this place is. I'm going to give y'all a bird's eye view. You gotta ignore my mess stringed out across the whole beach. I always clean it up before I leave, but you can see my footprints right here. I am sinking in the mud to my ankles. It is all mud everywhere. But that's okay. As long as we fishing, and I ain't got 500 people down here bothering me while we fishing, and it's working. What is up, hooks and hammocks? Not yet. We've had a few bites. That's about it. Didn't bring that much good bait out here with me tonight. I brought out strawberry garlic gizzards, and then I got some tilapia that was soaked, a big old tilapia fillet that was soaked with I had shrimp and a sand head in there for for flavor. And yeah, we've got a couple bites. That's about it. Sun's getting ready to go down. Hopefully, I can stay out here a little bit after the sun sets because usually they start biting better out here when the sun's down. So we're gonna see. Brought out a carp rod with me. I was gonna hopefully catch me a small carp or a drum and using some bait, but unfortunately, they've eluded me. I've gotten a couple of nibbles and they've ran a few times with it, but nothing major where I can hook up on anything. So we changed it out, and I got some garlic chicken on it also. Strawberry garlic chicken on it also. I've got it casted about 6 to 8 foot off the shore for any small dinks, carp, or anything else that comes up. Of course, with the catfish, I'll let it go, even if it's a small one. I'm strictly catch and release unless it's a bait fish. Everything else goes back in. I'm here in Louisville, Kentucky, man. I'm down here on the Ohio River. Ohio River. The muddy Ohio River. I'm actually covered up. I'm actually walking in mud right now that's probably up to my chin, and sliding around on the bank. It's pretty muddy. But it usually is this time of year. You know, the colder weather. Today we've had a heat wave. It's, you know, all week it's been or the last couple weeks it's been mid to low 30s here in Louisville. And last 2 days, or yesterday and the day before yesterday was in the mid 40s, and today it got all the way up to it got all the way up to almost 50 degrees. Here, so you live in Louisville, Kentucky too? Oh, Central Indiana. Oh, cool. What part of Indiana? I got family that lives over in Indiana. You fish the Ohio yourself? Columbus. Now I heard they have a major pay lake out there in Columbus where they stock it with some just pure monsters. I haven't got a chance to go out there and check that out yet, but when I was told, because I don't usually do much pay lake fishing, but I was told is to go out there to Columbus and check it out. I don't know if you know what lake I'm talking about. Now I can't remember the name of it, but they were talking about they're all farm raised, but oh, it's great, man. It's great fishing in the Ohio River. Like I was telling everybody on the stream earlier, the Ohio River, I've been fishing it since I was probably 16 years old, seriously fishing it. Yeah, back in the 90s, I could cast out, I can have 2 rods out the whole night and still land 15 fish. Just that many fish. And they would all be 20s, 30 pounders. Nice fish. Well, over the years, it slowly got worse, 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 to the point where you could almost not even, you couldn't buy a fish. Seriously. I couldn't come out here and drop $100 on the bank and have somebody pull one in for me. More reserve kayak catfishing. All right, that's cool. Yeah, I've been tempted to try some kayak catfishing. I ain't attempted it yet. But yeah, it's great fishing down here, man. I mean, it's getting better thanks to Steve Douglas. He's actually helped out in Indiana and in Kentucky with fishing conservation. I've noticed a difference myself. It's just now catching back up to where it used to be because, I mean, it got there for a few years there straight. It got so bad that we couldn't catch a fish to save our lives. It didn't matter if you had 45 rods out and the best bait you can get. I mean, you could have skipjack on one, shad on another, bluegill on another. It didn't matter. You wasn't catching a fish. And they put in the work. And they stopped all these pay lakes that we have here from pulling out of the rivers to stock their lakes. And they stopped all that, and they put a couple other regulations in effect. And since then, the fishing has gotten a lot better. Still got a long way to go, a whole long way to go, but the day has gotten better. And for the first time in 5 years, I've actually caught dinks. Not dinks, but salmon. I haven't seen salmon catfish in almost 5 years in this water. Even though a lot of times I'll throw a bait rod, 4 foot out, I won't catch a catfish that close up. If it is, it's 1, 2 pound, 3 pound catfish. I've actually caught 5 fingerlings down here this year, so that just lets me know that they're in the area breeding. So it's going to get better. It's going to take some years. But man, it's a blast, man. I have a good time down here. This is my favorite mud hole right here. Oh, I will. I'll check out your channel. I'll subscribe. I subscribe to everybody that does fishing, just about everybody that does fishing and everything else. If they're an honest fisherman, I don't like some of the videos that are out there where they you can tell they're lying. You know, where they zoom in, they're like, "Hey, I got a 50-pounder." You know, that don't work. But yeah, I mean, I love watching fishing. If I'm not out here doing it, I'm usually watching live streams almost every night. I've noticed that Thursdays are usually the nights when people don't go live, and it happened to be the only day I'm off this week. So I told my wife, "I'm going out and going live. We're going to try it. See what happens. If I get skunked, I get skunked. At least I got out here." Yeah, I got lucky finding this spot because me and my wife, I bought a house for my wife and my kids. So they could have the house. I just went to the garage. And, so I bought them a house, and it's actually less than a 15-minute walk away from here. So I walk down here so I ain't got to drive. No place to park anywhere. But I was joking around about coming down here because it's so close to the house. And then I started looking on Google Earth, and I started noticing landmarks and things that, just show that there should be fish in the area. You know, I've got a big power plant less than a mile down this way that changes the water rate, raises and lowers the water, and the temperature of the water changes because of the power plant. A mile down the opposite direction, I have a water treatment plant which does the same. I have about 4 barges that are sunk in the water in about a 3 or 4 mile stretch, giving great cover for these big fish to lay in. And at night, when this water calms down here, calms down to where it's almost like a sheet of glass. You can see monsters roll out here all night. I'm talking 40, 60, maybe even 80 pounds. So usually at night it gets pretty exciting out here. I'm hoping it does tonight. Of course, I probably won't stay out much past maybe an hour or so after dark because we're supposed to have some rain come in. We're supposed to switch over to snow, and temperature's supposed to drop about 10 degrees in the next 4 hours. So unless we're really nailing fish, yeah, we'll only be off for another hour or so. For some reason, my phone stopped charging. Well, it says it's charging. It's just charging slow. I had to get out my other brick. I put my small brick on there, so maybe that's why. The only thing about coming outside with electronics, you can best believe that you're going to run out of power. Now it's charging. That's why I carry about 3 or 4 charging bricks with me. About 6 or 8 because I bought this ring light, and this ring light will run one down. I've got it drops everything. Didn't get a chance to tape it up. I'm just taping it on my tripod where it don't do that, but it just is. Tape it to her. That's better. All right, let's straighten this back up, y'all. Yeah, I lost my mount from my tripod and my phone when I was walking down here. I have a cart that I've been pulling behind me because I carry about 70 to 80 pounds of wood on my back. I bought a little golf cart caddy cart to carry with me. And unfortunately, it decided it was going to bend. And my bag jumped over. I get down here and I realize that my mount to hold my cell phone for my ring light is not in there. So I'm hoping that it dropped out of the house or that I forgot to put it in there because I got in a rush. Is what I'm hoping for. I'm being optimistic because it's probably somewhere on the path that I walk down here, which finding that path at night, since it's all wooded lands, even though there's no leaves on the trees and it's all pretty much clear now, it's all woodland. Finding that exact path I walk is going to be hard. So I may or may not be able to find it. If I don't, I can always get another one. And I lost my stand, my kickstand. for where y'all can see my rods. Chunks, so I'm going to have to put another fix in. Trial and error, man, trial and error. We're going to get this right. I'm just excited to be out here fishing. You always got to make it work, even if it ain't working. And one thing I've noticed about YouTube, if it can go wrong when you're out here, it's going to go wrong. It's been doing it to me since I started. Now I'm going to try to attempt one more thing that I think may work. One more thing that might work. All right. Well, there we go. That gives y'all a little bit better view. Turn this tripod a little bit. Hey, you can almost see the very tips of my toes. All right. That's what you want. Gotta see the tips of the rod. Of course, if I get a bite like I normally get down here, even if you're only looking at the middle of the rod, you'll see the tip eventually. Because that sucker will go down to the middle. It will fold over half. But yeah, if you're still on here, hooks and hammocks off, I'll definitely check you out. Especially since you're in the Indiana area. I try to support all the anglers, period, all the fishing, period. But yeah, definitely Indiana and Kentucky is my strong points. So I live in Kentucky and I got family in Indiana. Got a group for the home teams. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's beautiful out here at night, especially during the spring. Really nice. I'm surprised that it's still looking, I don't know how it looks on y'all's end. It looks pretty clear here, which I'm actually surprised because I haven't even turned any lights on yet. The sun's already set down behind the hill over here. I got a big mountain top over here that's got houses on it. It's done shut down over top of it. So, yeah. I'm guessing here in the next 10, 15 minutes, I might turn on the swing light to make sure, but I'm actually impressed with this video quality. I bought this phone strictly for my channel, where I can have a phone I can live stream with. My wife's disabled, so she has a lot of medical conditions. So if something happens to her, I want my phone freed up. I didn't want to go live streaming on my phone and her not having anything. Yeah, I know it looks like on my side too. What I'm looking at says it looks like it's daylight, but yeah, the sun is actually set pretty far down. I'm actually amazed. Because when I first got this phone, they said it had this great camera, and I was like, oh, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing this great camera that they're saying it's got. But yeah, I'm pretty impressed now. Consider the factor that we're in very low light right now, and my other camera, if I was to put it on right now, you wouldn't be able to see nothing. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it won't take as much light to light up the ring light to light everything up. If you want to keep the ring light going better, keep it going longer since it runs its battery down real quick. And on top of that, maybe it won't take the fish in. I have a bad habit with the light down here. The fish do not like the light. There's no artificial light down here at all. Other than the houses that are on the mountaintop up here, there's no street lights or anything else for miles. So these fish are used to hunting in total darkness. So you throw an artificial light in the mix, and it just kind of throws off the whole biting process. Everything changes. The last fish, or the first fish, or the only fish I've showed on this channel since I started a couple months ago, It's 39 pounder. Worst day of my life, but the best day because I finally got a fish for my YouTube channel because I was out here and I only get an hour at a time and get out here and wouldn't get anything. My camera went out. My mic went out and blew my camera out at the same time, and I turned all my lights off because the only light I had was my headlamp right here because I wasn't planning on staying out after dark. Spent a half an hour after dark. Uh, my yellow rod bent over and it just kept on going. All right, boy. Thank you for stopping by. Like I said, I'll check y'all out when I get off here. When I get to the house, I'll check you out. I appreciate you stopping in the stream. I think I'm gonna go ahead and turn this string light on because it's starting to get a little hazy. See what it does. Oh, that's a little bright. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. I'm going red. That's better. The ring light works pretty good. Even though my camera's not in the middle of it like it's supposed to be, it'd be working even better. It's actually shining just enough light to where you can see them rods better. You can actually see them rods without the other light. So that's good. Now I just gotta get about an 80-pound power station that'll run this light for long enough to do anything. Oh, now my light went out. What the heck? I think it's a port. I got a bad port. This has got a dual port. That's what it is, I bet. If I plug it into one side, it dies out quick, and the other side works. Alrighty. There this way. Kind of too much. I won't be able to see the rod. It hasn't got totally dark out here yet, but I'm optimistic these lights might do a pretty good job. I can see the rods real well. Off the ground, so it may not be as bad on the water. Yeah, bags won't change. Wait for some big epic takedown. I guarantee if I had my bluegill out here, we would have had one by now. I'm pretty sure at least one, if not all them bras, have been bent completely over. Turn it down a little bit more because it's still blowing me like I'm you know how you tell when it warms up? Even in more of the winter when it warms up for a couple of days, you see bugs fly. I just had a bug fly. Don't know why. Supposed to snow tomorrow, the next day. The next day. It's been freezing cold to the point where you don't want to go outside for the last 2 weeks. But yet we have flying bugs out. Makes you wonder where they've been at. And my light went out again. I wonder if the settings of this light contact the maker, the creators of this light, will say something wrong. I think if I turn it down to a certain level, I hear a hum. When I start hearing that hum, is when it wants to cut out. You may have to send me another light. I didn't bring my other lights out with me. I got another light that I strap onto the tripod that lights up this whole beach. I mean, it's like daytime out here. It wouldn't be out here real late. Yeah, I'm making contact with the seller. Yeah. I want to leave it at 2 hours, 2.5. Lights everything up a lot better, but maybe it'll stay on. I forgot to bring my twisted key just to take pictures. I forgot to do it. Once the company is not going to get me. I say that as a joke, but it's a pretty big tracks down here in this sand. Pretty big feet. Knowing that all the glass bottles and syringes and everything else that stretch out these beaches, I wouldn't walk barefoot in them. I had a size 11 and a half boot. These footprints made my boot look like a dwarf. So either Shaq come down here barefooted, I don't know what it was.
hope it don't come back in my area where I was fishing at. I haven't seen my deer. I call them my pet deer. I had two deer that come up in my backyard. I live over there, not too far over. And my daughter went out there talking, trying to get close to him, try to talk to him, and trying to walk up to him and run off. They didn't run far. They ran about 10 foot. That's about it. And they just sit there and watched us. We had a garden in the backyard, and then that's what they were doing. They was coming up to the garden trying to get stuff out of the garden. And me and my wife decided, every time we had extra vegetables or something that we wasn't going to eat, we throw them over the fence for the deer. Well, coming down here fishing, them same two deer, the buck and the doe, they would be down here every night I come down here. And they got used to me coming down here so much that they didn't even run no more when I come down. Half the time they'd walk up on me to see who I was. I don't know if they can smell the same scent and know who I am. I know that I haven't bothered them before. Many times I've ever been down here. But we used to sit on top of the hill right here while I fish and sit there all night. I could sit up there and look up with my light and light up their eyes every night, non-stop. Which actually helped me out a lot because for a while there we had some raccoons in here stealing all my bait. They'd run up, grab a bag of bait and run off. Well, when the deer come in, the raccoons stayed away. Not calling my pet deer. I haven't seen them anytime in the last month or so I'm hoping that the couple dead deer we saw on the road up here, so there's right across the main road, I'm talking the highway. And I'm hoping the deer we saw on the side of the highway were not my pets. And I have not seen them in quite some time. The water's slowly starting to calm down. It actually looks like it's receding a little bit. So maybe pouring water out. A lot of states they would say it's, the tide's going out, but no. It's the fact that they're probably pulling water. Maybe by a few inches. Which is good because when it falls this water, it goes to a good calm, almost like glass. And it's usually when I do my best fishing. Usually if you get those flags, you're going to hold on to your rod. I'm not sure about what the bait does about tonight. I've never actually tried the garlic chicken gizzard. I've tried chicken gizzard before. Tried garlic chicken before. Tried strawberry chicken before. Quite a few times. And it was weird. Never tried mixing them all. And DMV said that's what he was using. It was working. So I said, you know what? All you have to do is just try that. Let's see what happens. So I got that, and I got a big plate of tilapia that was frozen in my freezer. And tilapia does not have a smell. Fish. I can open this bag right now, sniff it, and you get smell nothing. So I'll put it in there with some shrimp. And the shad I had left, little buddy hid that shad here, was it give it smells together, give it a stronger smell. Does smell slightly stronger, not a lot stronger. Hoping it's enough to, keep the fish to bite. Like I said, I'm not necessarily confident in the bait I got tonight. This was I got off today, luckily. I'm going fishing today, I think. We're going to try and see what we can get. It's still early. The sun just now went down about 20 minutes ago. The water's just now calming down. It ain't got that glass point yet or anything close to it. The weather's not that bad out here. Like my hands are colder with these gloves on than they hold them up. I don't know if they soaked up moisture or what. Put them in some. Cigarette smoke. It's getting a little chilly out here, but it's not bad. Been out here in a lot colder. Every time I turn my head, my mic volume goes down. Note that. It's probably because my mic's dropping. Plus, I got my mic on this side and I'm turning my head to the opposite side. It's probably what it is. But thank you. It always helps when somebody's in there and lets me know these things. I don't know if he was listening in when I said something about my carp broke. I bent the leg on it and it won't roll. On top of that, my bag's ripping. Strap that holds my bag up is ripping. So I may have to build me something to carry all my gear down because yeah, it's not looking too healthy for the bag or carp. I thought about throwing the cart in the dumpster when I get up the street. Come on, fishy, fishy. Sink, court, bobber. Get him, boo. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. These lights work pretty good. I mean, you still see me. I mean, I'm going too bright, but if I turn the light down, it cuts off. So I'm definitely going to talk to the company that made this light and tell them they got something wrong with their light and they need to send me another one or whatever. Pay too much money for them not to fix it. But between the light of this and the light from that little light down on the towards the ground, you see the rods real well. You can see me pretty good. So fish or no fish, I call it a success. Like to have some good conversations with people, met some new people, had some people stop in, and we got to go fishing. I just wish that fish I missed a couple weeks ago, about a month ago, would come back through here and bend that rod over like it did. I promise you. You probably are my only viewer, baby. It's all good though. I don't have that many subscribers yet, so I didn't expect you to send me in. But it still beats me coming out here trying to hit a record button every 5 minutes because the camera wants to shut off. At least if I'm doing it live, I can have a conversation with people. You know, you don't get as bored waiting on rods to go over, and you enjoy your time down more. And plus, it does all the recording for you. It sends it straight to YouTube, so that's a plus. The whole thing is about the same thing, going fishing. That's all we're worried about. If I get 0 viewers, as long as I'm down here fishing and I can record it, I'm a happy camper. I know that light's making me glow too bright. I want to turn it down, but I'm afraid the light will cut back off again like it did a minute ago. It's starting to hum as soon as I turn it down. Now I'm glowing so bright right now that I can't see myself. Oh, I'm seeing the glow. That's a hard one row. Water starting to calm down. It's third one row. Time to wash the rods. You know, the only thing that'd be cooler with these live streams, I know it'd be hard to do, but if they can make a like an alarm button, you know, when you're like if you're out here fishing and you got your back turned talking to somebody and they see a rod, they can hit a button, alarm you, and it beep on your phone to know you're getting a bite. You ain't gotta watch them in the camera, which sometimes you can't see them. You actually look over like this and watch them. Pretty cool. Good idea. I might have to suggest that. I have an attention button. I may scoot away from this camera a little bit just to see if I can come in clearer. Because if I'm so close up on it like this, it's just, well, if I'm real close, it don't do it. But if I'm like in midpoint right here, I don't know. It would probably be different if the camera was actually where it's supposed to be at, but it ain't. If I get further back, it gets worse, don't it? Yeah. I'm gonna stay close up so it can zoom in. And I turned the autofocus off on this phone 4 times, and it automatically comes back on. Don't know why. 26. Me too, buddy. I hope I catch someone in this today too. Thought I had one on a minute ago. Happened to be somebody's trash. That's how it usually works. The water's just now calming down. You've been down here, so you know what I'm talking about the calming down. Where it goes real wavy, then it gets real calm, and you see the fish roll. I'm starting to hear fish roll now. So that's a good sign. Unfortunately, tired, hungry, and it's gonna get real cold. As I start catching some monsters back to back, I don't see me being out here more than 45 minutes. Slowly tugging on that yellow rod, just slowly pull it down. This is what we usually do. Bring that sucker before it opens. I'm not to move it down for those who don't know this is probably the crack again on the line. That's a mystery right there. I did get a bite on it because I saw it pull tight and it go flat. I started how the fish roll down that way where I know the fish is. Actually about 20 yards, 30, about 10, 20 yards from where I normally fish. Down here, I usually want to fish about 20 yards that way. But unfortunately, the mud is so bad. I had to call in the National Guard to come dig me out of the mud. I started sinking down there, and I just couldn't stop. I literally almost pulled my boot off. And it's tied tight around my foot. I almost pulled my boot off. All the way up to my chin, and kept on sinking. I almost heard me yelling in the live stream. Call for help. Boy, Troy, down. He's sinking in the mud. The other rod just got smacked. Net. I'm just gonna play with my muscle. Move this over. Again, so I can see the line. No. Gotta get out there. Another fish. Another fish through the water. Of course, you could just see the bait behind me, too. If you're still watching, but you need to let me know if I miss anything. You're down in this monster and this Mountain Dew is fast and getting to stay energetic. Got me going to the potty again. Bad when you get old. careful when the rods don't go completely over, because I will be out of luck because I can't run in this mud. I'll wind up being the first thing in the river. Should say first thing pulling out of the river. I won't be pulling the fish out. I'll be in the woods. All right. Oh. Yeah, they done pulled it back about, I say about 2 foot. Water receded about 2 foot now. So now I could actually technically, if I wanted to, if I was staying down, I could probably move my rods and stuff down a little bit until they start raising the water back up, and actually have get away from the camera to where we get better footage. But it will work the way it is. Actually, a beautiful night out here. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be this time of night. Tomorrow I'm going to need all this snow gear just to go out the door to go to work. And more and more fish rows. All right, baby, I love you too. I might call you, have me meet you, or have you meet me down for a pickup here in a little bit. I'll wait till I get all my gear packed up and I'll give you a call. I don't know if my bag or my car is going to make it home. Skin sales. Sales. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, my wife was just in here and she said she'd get ready to log off. Just trying to do some fishing. Can't always see my face right now. This light, man. I ordered a ring light and I don't know what's wrong with it. It just don't work. If you turn it down any, it cuts off. It'll work for a couple minutes and then it just off it goes. Got a few bites, but that's about it. We haven't caught anything yet. Still being optimistic. I'm going to stay out here about another 35, 40 minutes the most, probably. Right now, we're at the calm part of the night. When it starts to slow down, the water gets real calm. That's when we usually get the most action. So that's what I'm hoping for. I didn't bring out any good bait with me. Normally, I bring out bluegill and sunfish, what I normally fish with. But with the weather being so cold here, uh, fish ain't been biting. The bluegills and stuff ain't been biting, so I haven't been able to hook up any. So I resorted to other measures. I got chicken gizzards soaked in strawberry Kool-Aid and garlic. And I got tilapia, big old slab of tilapia fillet that I wound up soaking in. I had a shad head left over from the last trip. Put them all together and let them marinate. Tonight it's not really that bad, man. Right now, temperature's starting to drop. It got up to 50 degrees here today. We've had a heat wave the last 3 days, so you know, mid to high 40s, and then today hit actually 50, 51 degrees. So I thought, third day in a row of warm and sunny weather, they should be biting tonight. But I think the temperature last time I checked a minute ago, I think they said it's around 46 degrees right now, dropping. So it ain't blistering cold yet, but it's supposed to drop down to in the low 40s, high 30s tonight, and then around 9 or 10 o'clock, they're calling for rain to come in, switch over to ice and snow for the next 3 or 4 days. I luckily got off work one day. I worked 6, 7 days a week. I was off today, and I was like, you know what? The weather's gonna be halfway decent. We're gonna go out with or without bait. Last 3 days fishing. That's great. Where you fishing at? They're about to drain water out. I heard the doop, 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 doop. The water treatment plant sucking up water, which is kind of good because they lower the mud on you. Yeah, fishing out here, I'm fishing the Ohio River, and the bank fishing has not been that great. I mean, I found a good spot. I've actually mapped it out through Google Mapping, Google Earth, and found quite a few interesting things in this spot that makes it a good spot. I landed a 39 pounder. Well, he's probably Carolina. That's why I already everybody I've seen from there is pairing it up right now, Carolina and Virginia. Yeah, I mean, I hooked into a 39 pounder. I think he was a little bit bigger than 39 pounds. Had a bad day out here fishing. My mic went out, fried my camera, so I was using my cell phone trying to hold it and go over the fish. Playing my yellow rod. Yeah, I had a bad day out here fishing. As far as electronics go, and getting ready to call it, turned all the lights off. But I didn't have lights out here, some headlights and stuff had on. And I got glow in the dark tape wrapped around the yellow rod, and I lit it up. I said, well, let me see how long it stays lit up. And I'm sitting there watching it, standing in front of it. All of a sudden, I'm like, why is the lights getting further away? Next you know, everything bent over almost in half. I yanked up, pulled in this fish, had my whole fist in his mouth, holding him up. Could have put my face and my head in his mouth with it, and picked him up on my scales. Of course, I'm looking in the dark for the head on it, and I read off 39 pounds. I'm like, okay, he's 39 pounds, 50-pound scales, no big deal. And I get home and realize that my scales was only 40 pounds, and they was not digital; they was regular analyzed. And I realized that I bottomed the mountain bent him. So I don't know how big he really was, but we're saying 39 pounds. And a week later, something even bigger hit it. 2 weeks after that, I missed him because I was on a potty break, and by the time I got over there, he let off. And then, sure enough, 2 weeks later, I got to come down here, and something bent it over again. I hooked into it. He felt at least 50 or 50 pounds, and I looked over, and the camera wasn't recording. So after I followed for a few seconds, I put the rod in the rod holder. So I'm going to turn the camera on, get it recording, and then I'm going to go back and grab my rod. And the rod was still bouncing, so I'm like, well, he's still on there good. By the time I hit the record button on the camera and run back over, he crossed my other two lines and let go. Yeah, it's a monster in this area. A big monster. Not like anything like y'all got. Not anything like y'all got. Y'all are the home, like you said, the home of blues. I mean, we got some monsters in here. I've hooked into some in my lifetime. I've been doing this for like 30, 45 years. 35 years. And at least seriously doing it for that about 30 days. Hooked into one night that probably would have been the world record blue on the weirdest, worst conditions ever. And I can't remember much of things I did back then, but I remember that day like it was yesterday. Not only because of the fact that I've seen the biggest fish I've ever seen in my life, but at the same time, the comment that my brother made when he broke my line, which was jump in there and get him. All right, buddy. Well, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you stopping in, man. You have a good night. Oh, I thought you was getting off there. But yeah, no, what happened with me on my camera that night it went out, I was recording on a cell phone and I had the timer turned off, but once it gets past 30 minutes, it automatically goes into a different format. Still can't figure out why that's doing that. And it just powered itself off. So I had to run over and grab it, and as soon as I come back over, it was gone. You know, but the one fish that I hooked into, we was in the middle of a thunderstorm. Tornado sirens going off like crazy. It was already soaked. It's summertime, so we wasn't worried about it. And by that time, we see a funnel cloud that a mini tornado come down, bounce off the water. And I looked at my brother. I said, "Well, now it's time to go. Rain or not. When you start seeing tornadoes, so I started rolling in my rod. Had two rods out. And I snagged into something. I'm like, man, I'm snagged. He's like, well, cut the line. I'm like, no. I said, whatever it is, it's coming with me. It's cool. I got 50-pound braid on here. It ain't going nowhere. It's just gonna drag you. What's up, one time? Yeah, I'm still out here, still alive, still sinking in the mud. Still ain't got no fish yet, but still gonna keep it going. But yeah, that fish I hooked into though, when my brother started, when I was talking about a minute ago, uh, he didn't fight at all. I had 50 pound. Uh, Thanks again one time. Appreciate it. I hope I get some luck. I'm gonna be out here about another 35 minutes. 35 minutes. The water has just now got to the calm point where it normally gets to, and when it gets calm, it usually gets light. So I'm being optimistic. But yeah, I was pulling this line. I was like, whatever it is, it's coming with me. 50-pound braid should be good. Shouldn't break off too easy. And I start pulling this fish. And I didn't even know it was a fish. I got it about 25 foot from the shore, and I felt something jerk. And I was like, what the heck is that? Like, you snagged up on something else? At that time, I felt the head shake. And I looked at my brother, and the first thing I said was, get the camera. Back then, all we had was a little 8mm cameras that you take pictures with or whatever. And like, get the camera, get the camera. At that time, this fish come up between these two docks, and no exaggeration, I couldn't have hugged him. I couldn't have got my arms around him. He had to be 6.5 foot long. Fin come out of the water like a shark. He twisted his head one time, snapped that line. And the only reason why I remember it so well as I do is because my brother was drinking a little bit that night and had the nerve to look at me and say, jump in there and get him. Mind you, this fish's mouth is probably big enough to fit me in it. And I caught him on a piece of chicken the size of silver dollar. I'm pretty sure he's not full. I'm pretty sure the only reason why he swam up the way he did was to find out what was feeding him and what else he can get for food. So I finally looked at my brother and said, you jump in there and get him. I'm getting some small taps on this yellow rod, but ain't nothing to it. I seriously got to find out what's going on with this ring light, why it's not working the way it's supposed to be. Because if I turn it down, it'll start humming. I think it's in the power supply, the transformers or something like that. Because if I turn it down like this where I need it at, it'll hum, and then it'll eventually come out. Cut out. If it starts humming, I got to turn it back up because if I don't, it'll cut out. I really like to turn it down some because the light really affects the fishing out here. area, if I turn this light off, it is pitch black. There is no artificial light within miles. And the light actually changes the fishing effect up here. I guess it calls in the smaller fish away from the other fish. A lot of dynamics involved, I think, but I pretty much pinpointed after years of doing it and dealing with this. I pinpointed, basically what I think is why they're doing it. I'm gonna put a video out here soon on that. Explaining to everybody how I do what I do to keep that from affecting things. But, yeah, I'd like to be able to turn the light down. There it goes. And as you can see, when it cuts off, it is pitch black out. If I didn't have the other light going, you would not see anything. There would be no light out here whatsoever. It is that dark. It almost looks like my headlights on, but it's not. Right. Nope, it's not on. Yeah. Now I'm going to have to turn this thing back on and reposition it. I just bought this light, so I'm going to have to contact them and find out why it's doing this, which is kind of aggravating me because, brand new light. These things ain't cheap. First day out. First day I took it out of the box. The box was still sitting in my living room on the couch. First day I take it out. I shouldn't be hearing it hum, so it's got to be in the power supply. Yeah, I would love to get a dim light down there just for Texas fishing net. But I can almost guarantee you, if I had this light down at least 5 or 6 more notches, one, you get to see my ugly mug better. But two, there wouldn't be as much light shining towards the water. And we might have had some action. But it's still early. I'll probably get to about 7:30 since the weather's not that bad. By then, the light on this green light will go dead. It runs it better than it would see. And I'm using an industrial size power bank to run this light. And when I tested it out, it only ran for close to 2 hours before it cut out. So we've been running it for about 30 minutes now, 40 minutes now. I might have to save some juice on it. I mean, I've got a couple more backup power supplies. They're only going to last a few minutes. We're going to save some light to pack up here. I mean, my hair won't be good enough for that. Pack up the gear and everything and get up the hill. But getting down here and getting us out of here is the task. It is the task, especially when you're covered in mud. You slide down the hill, and that hill is probably about a 10-foot climb, and it's pretty steep. Now, I'm kind of disappointed in the fishing right now because I've got 4 rods out, different depths, different positioning. Got one casted way out to the right, one casted out in the middle, this one casted to the left, and this one casted way out to here on the beach area, maybe 4 foot, 5 foot into the water. Real shallow, just in case there's anything swimming up close. Yeah, they done drained about a foot of water out of this river. Water level dropped about a foot compared to what it was when we got up there. They're pulling water out. Usually as the water goes down, fish start getting more active. We shall see. We should be in time bite time right now, though. So if we're gonna have any luck, we're gonna have to work in 20, 25 minutes. So if not, we'll call it. We'll call it. Don't be good with it. At least we got to come out. You know, the next warm day we get, I might try to go get some more bluegill from my bait tank. That way, when I come out, I have bait that I know works.
7:03. Give about 20 more minutes, 27 more minutes. About 7:30, we're gonna call it. With or without a fish.
If they start hitting like crazy, then I'm just gonna rough it free. That ain't the winner next time I get to come out fishing. Oh, here we go. My work's supposed to cut back on hours soon, so I may get more days out. If they start draining this water down a little bit, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this carp right here. Put it in a different location. Hopefully, put it in the top of the fish. I was only about 5 foot away from the tank, and I casted it out, trying to keep it in close. They're going to drain the water. The water's receded about 3 foot now. I'm just right up on the bank, so shallow that nothing can even get to it. Trying to recast it. See that? Make sure I got bait on here still. Yeah. Casting way over here in the shallow. Close up, but not that close up. Might be a little too close. If I turn my headlamp on, but the less water, light in the water, the better. Up here. This angle right here. That's a little bit out. Yeah, that should be good. That's probably about 10 foot out the shore. Right there. My bait hook back on. What I'm hoping for is I'm hoping for a small uh grab my rod right here. Got a bars going through. Maybe we get a bars pipe and stirred up. Usually after the bars passes through, about 5 minutes after it's passes through, the water starts to calm down. And it's gonna work with fish that kind of moving around. Hopefully the fish. Let's go, Robert. Yeah. I got it attached to my jacket. When I turn my head, it doesn't count. That doesn't pick up that good. How's it going tonight? See if I can rearrange that where it don't cut out as much. Oh, that's why, because I got it on the flap and the flap's dropping down. That's what it is. We'll fix that. We'll put it on the zipper. I got to zip this thing up a little bit more, get it closer. Yep. Sorry, the light on the camera is so bright. Just bought this ring light, and I'm gonna have to send it back already because you can't adjust it down. If you adjust it down, it cuts out. Ain't had much luck today yet. 2 bites. That's about it. Didn't bring any much good bait out with me though. I normally bring out bluegill and sunfish, but unfortunately the creeks I fish in aren't doing too well right now. The water's too cold and the water's too shallow, so they done swam to deeper water somewhere and I can't find it. So tonight we got on garlic strawberry chicken gizzards. And I've got some tilapia fillets, and they're soaked in shrimp with I had a shad head in there with them, bloody shad head that was in there with them. I give them some kind of fishier smell because tilapia don't have no strong smell. You can hear them waves cutting in. Hopefully, wake them fish up. Temperature's starting to drop pretty quick out here. I haven't checked the temperature lately, but it's dropping pretty quick. I was almost to the point of sweating earlier. Hopefully, as soon When this water calms down from these wakes and this barge coming through, fish will start biting. Really don't want to leave the live without catching at least one. Get the skunk off the bank at least. I'd be happy with a dink right now. But hey, when you only get to go fishing once a month because of your work schedule, getting out here is all it takes. Fish or no fish. Oh, something's going on my yellow rod. Oh, no, sorry, it was my orange rod. The boat bouncing probably from the waves. I don't know if that's the waves or not in the orange rod, though. Can't tell. That was a real good bite. Just jumped my whole rod. I don't think that was a wave. But it might have been because I ain't committing to it. I did downsize my baits a little bit today. Normally I fish with huge baits. I go after the big cats. I don't usually mess with the dink. But being that it's winter time, you can catch a monster on a piece of bait the size of your thumb. You got the right bait in the right location, it can happen. Yeah, I don't think it was the waves. I think it was the fish biting at it because waves are still coming in pretty hard and it's not bouncing no more. Neither rod's bouncing anymore. We shall see. Maybe they got a good taste of it and come back. Come back, fishy, fishy. I'll let you go. I just want to say hi. I'll get you in and I'll show you to the camera and then I'll put you right back in. Bite it. Take it. I already told you. I'll let you go. You got my word on it. Now, I don't know if y'all can see the action in them rods or not. The yellow one's moving around quite a bit. I'll move my chat over a hair so I can actually see the full video to see if them rods are moving because I can't see the video, all the video at the same time. I don't have much light on the rods, and actually, I think the light from the ring lights actually canceling out the light from the rods. Either that's because I got it so high up in the air, it's not picking it up. It could be it. But I got 4 rods out. There's actually 3 sitting there. You can barely see. You can't see the one in the back. Small one is hiding. I've got the center orange rod. I've got the yellow rod. And then I got my carp rod, which I switched over to whatever I can catch rod about an hour ago. It's actually casted probably 10 foot off the bank. Being that I was using it for carp. It's only got a about a size 5 circle hook, itty bitty circle hook. That size probably about the size of one of your fingernails or something like that, like your thumb. Got that big around little bitty old hook. Got a decent sized piece of bait on there, not big, but decent sized part on there. And then with the hook exposed real good. I got it on bait quick. Right now it's laying in the mud. My wife gonna beat me. She just got me this rod for Christmas. First time it's been out, laying in the mud. So if you don't abuse them, you're not using them. All right, y'all, we're gonna give about 15 more minutes. I'm gonna start packing it up. I might just leave the live going while I'm packing it up. It's gonna take me about 5 or 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes to get all my gear in the bag before I take my rods down. So a lot can happen in that time. Been quite a few times I went to pack up, leave my rods out, and then hook the only fish of the night. And I thought I got skunked. Hooked the only fish of the night. Last few minutes. If we see a center rod bend over and we hook up on it, then we're gonna be in for a good fight. If that rod bends and it ain't anything under 30, 40 pounds, I can almost guarantee you that because that's a heavy action rod. And then it gets about an inch and a half of bend in it before it just turns into a brick wall where it don't move anymore. Yes, tonight we're gonna wind up feeding the critters that run along this bank and the fishies. There's my cart broke on the way down here. My bag that I strapped to my back, which holds all my rods and most of my gear. I've been rolling it down in a little golf cart caddy. The legs bent on it, so it's not gonna roll out. That's why I got it sitting in the mud right now. I can't use it for anything else. So uh, it won't roll out of here because the legs are bent. And the bag, I went to lift it up and the strap started tearing off of it. I guess all that weight for so many months of using it, it just couldn't take it anymore. So I'm going to lighten up my load as much as possible. Considering factor I carry about 60 pounds of gear. I'll pour out my drinks. Drinking a Monster and Mountain Dew, I'll pour them out, put empty containers in there because there's save a few pounds there. And I probably got about 3 pounds of bait.
I'll get rid of it. That way I don't have to carry it. Lighten up the load about 8-9 pounds. Maybe that strap will hold long enough for me to get up the hill. Because all I gotta do is get up the hill and over another hill and I'm home. What's up, Jake? I'm staying warm. I'm about to go call it a night here in a little bit. Yeah, it says 45, but I just checked the temperature here, and yeah, it's actually temperature's dropping quick. It got up to 50 today, and now it's probably close to, I'd probably say 40 degrees, 41 at the most. And then when the wind blows, it's horrible. Supposed to switch over and have rain and ice tonight, so. All right, cool. Yeah, she didn't get much sleep last night. She passed out. I dozed off for half an hour. I took a half an hour nap this afternoon on the couch waiting to go out fishing. And I got up and she passed out. Then, sure enough, about half an hour, 45 minutes after I get out here, she's checking in on the live stream. Hey, how you doing? So, yeah, she didn't get much sleep. And I tell you what, don't ever buy a ring light from Amazon. I got to contact them, the company that made this one. Yeah, they sent me home from work. Sent you home from work, huh? That don't make no sense. Y'all should be swamped right now. Heck, I should be keeping y'all swamped. I done ordered probably 12 different items in the last week. But yeah, this ring light, man. You see how bright it is and blinding everything and making me glow bright? Well, I can't turn it down. If I turn it down, it starts humming, then it cuts out. But I mean, it looks good when I turn it down. But as soon as I turn it down, once it focuses in, it looks real good. See? It looks real good. But the problem of it is, as soon as I do that, it'll start humming and it'll cut out. See, I'd like to have it about right here. If I could keep it right there, it would be great. For one, you can see my face. I had to keep my rod light a little bit better off. But at the same time, the light doesn't shine on the water. Well, that's I paid attention to the reviews on this one. This was supposed to be a highly rated one, but I think I just got a bad one because when I go to, like I said, when I go to turn it down, it'll start humming. As soon as it starts humming real loud, it's over. But I mean, the camera, the phone I bought, this is the phone I bought for my live stream. It works pretty good, man. It does. In low light situations, it works real good. I mean, I've got this light set down as low as it will go. This is bottomed out to the very lowest point. And you see how clear I am. It's so low that you can't see the lights. I can't see the water from here. That's how low this light is. And this camera works that good net low settings, which is good because if the light would stay this low, then it wouldn't drain the battery in 2 hours. Plus, as you know, we talking about it before, the fish don't like the light in this area. The more light you got up here, the less chances you have of hooking the fish. You know, it's like right now, me having this light down this low. Chances are, in the next 5-6 minutes, one of these rods is going to go over, just because the lights are off and it's not changing the fish. But unfortunately, the light will cut out before then, and I have to turn it back on high. We shall see. Hopefully it don't. Hopefully it stays like this where you can actually see. I mean, I don't see how good you can see the rods. Yeah, I'm going to reach out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reach out to the customer support team or the people that made it because I tested it out at the house.
This is the first time I've actually brought it outside. And from the get-go, even at the house, when I pulled it out the box, I plug it in, even plugged into the wall, plugged into the wall or to a power block like I've got it now. As soon as you start turning it down, it gets a loud hum, and then it cuts out. I'm thinking it's a resistor in the power control. Also, I've noticed that when I plug it in, even when it's turned off, it's drawing power and it's starting to try to light up. It does not cut off when it's plugged in. Well, if your mama's resting, I guess I'm going to stay out here another 15 minutes. As long as this light stays the way it is right now, I'll stay out here because I got the lights off, so I might be able to actually get a bite. We shall see. The last 3 times I've turned my light off, within 20 minutes, my rod was bent over. So we shall see. The only thing that bites about your mama being asleep is she was supposed to come get me because my cart broke and my bag's tearing. But it's all good. I can make it. I can make it there without it. There's a dumpster right up the hill. If I have to, I'll throw the cart in the dumpster, throw the bag on my back like I normally do, and just hoof it. I'm only what 10-minute walk away. Those hills suck, but yeah, I know. Friggin', I've got it clamped on right here. I probably should move it, but if I can get it to the center where it can read every time I turn my head, I'd be good. But with this big snowsuit thing I got on right now, it's kind of hard to keep it. You be 5-star. Oh, you asking where I'll be at 5-star? As soon as I turn that light down, started hearing fish roll again. I don't know. I don't know. I know I just ordered a bunch more stuff. Didn't want to spend my money. I mean, it's not like I'm broke. I got, you know, the first time in my life, I'm not financially in the hole. So I didn't want to spend any more of my money to buy expensive, stupid stuff. So I wound up passing on some of the gear I wanted to get until old Uncle Sam sent me something, and I decided to go ahead and order a few expensive things that I wasn't going to order. Like I ordered my depth finder, my castable depth finder where I can cast out the fish finder. Got one of those. Now I ordered four new reels. Really can't wait for the catfish conference so I can get the rest of my gear. The 50 rods and reels I got now ain't enough. Well, actually, if I take the mic out, as long as I'm right here, if I take the mic out, the phone mic works perfect. Even when I got my head turned, it works perfect. The only reason why I got the external mic on right now is in case I had to get up and get a rod, so they can still hear. Something just clicked my bait runner. Hmm. Imagine that. Lights went out, got a bite. Didn't get a good bite, because it only clicked like twice, but that's a start. Now watch. My bait runner gonna run. I'm gonna try to catch something on it, and I'm gonna look over when my rod's gonna be bent over. Last time I come out here and turn the lights down like this and turn them off, we just watching the glow in the dark tape go. Had two of them bend over at the same time. Had one bend over and went to snatch on it, and I did. The other one bent over. I'm like, what? And they was one was over here and one was way over here, so I know I wasn't cross lines. Yeah, I'll check out the other mic. Yeah, I got a real nice one right now. It's a real nice mic. It clips on. Uh, Bluetooth. So works real good. Usually when I got this thick winter coat on, I'll leave it dead center on my chest, and it don't cut out as bad when I turn. Well, it would probably work better than the bait I got right now. I got the worst bait you can get right now. I do believe. I mean, I'm not doubting the what's it called? You know what? I forgot. I do have this on. I do have my Cast King face mask right here that I can clip it to and keep it in the center. But yeah, I'm not doubting the chicken gizzard soaked in Kool-Aid and garlic. I've watched quite a few anglers, fishermen, I should say, angling is more for bass fishing. But I've watched quite a few catfishermen use the chicken gizzards and hearts soaked in Kool-Aid and garlic and do real well on them. So I'm not doubting those. But fish-wise down here, they love bluegill, they love shad, they love stickjack. Since I couldn't get none of those, the only thing I could get was some tilapia, a big old slam, about like 2 pound fillet of tilapia, and I had a shad head that was still bloody. I put it in the bag with the tilapia, and I put some shrimp in there. I let it marinate in that. Get the scent out. It's got a real weird smell to it. It actually has a more of a fishy smell now than what it did, because tilapia don't have smell hardly at all. See, if I had my bluegill down here, I probably would have done mine at 4 or 5. It'd be in winter time, it's almost impossible to catch them. That's all I'm talking for the 10 can. I guess I gotta turn it up too much. Yeah, drop down. See, positioning this thing is just impossible. When I'm wearing just a regular sweatshirt, it's no big deal. I can put it on my sweatshirt and it'd be dead center at all times. But since I got my mask on and I got all this other gear on, it makes it almost impossible to get a good solid point. So I can unplug the mics and go straight without it and be clear. But if I had to walk away, I'd have to scream in order for you to hear me. So I really didn't want to do that. Looks like something's playing with my yellow rod, but it's just baby tapping and it's not hitting it. Well, everybody, I think we're gonna give it about 5 more minutes and we're gonna call it. Turn this light back on and start packing up gear. I'm leaving my rods out till last or second to last because I gotta get my rod holders up. I'm gonna put them in the bottom of the bag so I can make sure that the weight distribution is better. Yeah, I got it on the zipper of the jacket. Went ahead and zipped the jacket all the way up to my neck and got it on the zipper now. Yeah, even though I ain't caught no fish today, it's been a great day. I mean, just being able to get out because the first time I got to go out in about a month. Getting off work today was a blessing. So, besides the fact I got mud up to my kneecaps now, we're good. I had thought about earlier throwing that shad head on that middle rod, that big rod, casting it out and see what happened. Now it's just too late to even worry about it because I don't feel like staying out here too much later. Temperature's starting to drop quick. I know this light ain't got much more use on it because when I was at home testing it, it ran this power bank down. This one of them industrial power banks. It ran it down in under 2 hours. So now the light I got lighting up my rods, it lights them up better when it's on the ground. But I got it sitting on my cart right now, keep it out of the water, and that thing it'll glow for 12 to 14 hours on a single charge, so it works pretty good. I can't stay out till all the lights go out because then I won't be able to see to get up this hill. But when these lights go out, it is dark. You can't see the step in front of you. And even though this dang headlamp's super bright, yeah, you need more light than that just to pack up the gear. You need more light. Yeah, hooks and hammers, I ain't went nowhere yet. Still waiting. I'm about to get off here in about 5 or 6 minutes. No, I ain't had no luck yet. Started getting more bites now that I turned the lights down. I was having a lot of issues with this ring light right here to where it didn't want to, if I turned it down, it would cut off. But now I found out that I either have to have it on the lowest setting, on the highest setting, or it don't work. So, which on the lowest setting works for me, where everybody can see me better. But the rods, the way I got my rod light set up, being off the ground, you can't see the rods real well. But yeah, we're gonna give it about another 5 minutes and see what happens. And I'm gonna start packing it up so I can start hoofing it up this hill and hike it home. I've been up for almost 45 hours now straight. I think I got a half an hour nap on the couch this afternoon when I passed out for half an hour. Other than that, I've been up 45 hours straight. But not 45 hours, about 40 hours straight. So, as I said too, eventually I'll figure it all out. I found out I've only been on YouTube for about 3 months now, and I found out the hard way. I'm good at catching fish. I've been doing that for 35 years. I'm just bad at catching them on camera. But it'll all work out eventually. I'm slowly starting to get the gist of things on the best ways to do things. And I think these live streams are probably the best route to go because it does constant recording. So I don't have to worry about the camera cutting in and out and having to hit the record button. So yeah, I'm thinking it's probably the best way to go. Plus, chatting with everybody makes it so much better down here. You know, even if you're having a good day or a bad day, you know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start doing more lives than I do anything. I think they are camera shy. Because I bet you if I turn this camera off right now and start packing up, one of these rods go off. Well, I say that, but like I said, I don't have my usual bait down here. Today was a spur of the moment. At I got off work at 3:30 last night, so or should I say 3:30 in the morning this morning. And I looked at my wife and I said, you know what? I think I'm gonna go fishing and go live tomorrow. So I instantly try to set the best thumbnail as I could and try to advertise as much as I could. Grabbed my gear and I said, you know what? I ain't got no bait. I'm gonna dig whatever I got out of the house. I agree. I love watching lives. The interaction with the people makes it so much better. You get to talk to people all over the country, heck, sometimes all over the world. There's always tips to be learned. Like I tell my kids all the time, it don't matter how long you've been doing something, how good you are at it. There's always somebody that can give you a tip and everything else. You constantly learn something new every day. So, and me watching these live streams that I watch all the time, I've actually learned one or two things that I didn't think about. And I've been doing this for 40 years. So, it is what it is. You're going to learn new things, and it just takes time to grow. I really can't wait for spring to hit, though, because my company I work for, uh, they we get real slow in the spring, real slow in the spring. So yeah, I'm gonna uh, be able to get out here and do a lot more fishing, and I know the fish will be biting better because I'll be able to get the bait that I need. Yeah, I might have to do that, Jake. I mean, I'm working. Like I said, it's a work in progress. This is actually the first time I've ever seriously went live. I went live a couple months ago for a test run to make sure the StreamYard would work, and I only had like 3 people in. Actually, I wound up having a few extra people show up and come into the chat, which was great. Met some new people, but it was just a test run. This is the actual first time I'm doing it for real, so it'll work. Plus, I mean, it automatically saves it to YouTube anyway. Once I stop, it'll save it to YouTube, or give me the option to save it to YouTube, and I'll save it even if I get skunked. I'll save it, and then I can always download it off of YouTube and then edit it. So and that's what I'll probably do. I've actually got some more extreme gear to bring out. That's gonna be epic. That's for sure. I've got cameras that's gonna be basically showing everything. I've got 5 or 6 different cameras right now lined up to where I'll have them watching the tips of the rod where you can get a close up of it of the takedowns. I mean, close up of the takedowns. Have some right up at the water's edge to where you can watch the fish as it's being pulled up on shore. You know, I got it all set up. It's just slowly work in progress. Now that my cart's broke and my bag's ripping, and I already had 50 pounds of gear, 60 pounds of gear in it now, probably closer to 80. But yeah, I'm definitely going to find a different method of bringing everything down here. Since you can't drive a car down here, you have to walk the whole way. It's a pretty fun task. I think I'm gonna start packing all this stuff up. Almost 8 o'clock. Stayed on here about an hour longer than what I was originally going to. I'm gonna start packing this stuff up. I'll probably leave the live going just because I need the light anyway, so I can see to pack up gear. Because I got a bunch of garbage I gotta pick up. People left their garbage down here. I pulled it out of the river, and I don't leave it down here because it just goes right back in the river. There's a garbage can up. I passed 2 garbage cans on my way out of here, so trash will go in the garbage. I don't know why people don't do that in the first place. But yeah, I'm gonna probably leave the stream going just in case we get a bite while I'm packing up the rest of it. All right, Jake, you take your meds, bud. Get you some sleep, buddy. I'll get me some sleep. Nah, I'll still be up till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning anyway because that's my work schedule. I come home, I get off work at 3:30 in the morning, and I don't usually go to bed until 5 or 6. So tired as I am, even if I go home and try to go to sleep, my body's not gonna let me because it tells me at this time I'm supposed to be awake. But I am gonna go home and eat. Started eating my lunch when I come down here, and then the bag come over, and go to my lunch. So we're gonna go home and get something to eat. Get some of the mud off of me. I got about 25 pounds of mud. You gotta go in at 10 a.m. Oh, you go to sleep at 10 a.m. because you work night shift like I do. Yeah. There have been times I do that too, bud. I don't have to be at work till 5 o'clock in the morning. I mean, in the afternoon. So usually I don't go to bed till 7, 8, sometimes 9 o'clock in the morning. Get back up at 3. Give me a cup of coffee, which I can really use right now, and then head to work. Get off work. Get a cup of coffee. Give me something to eat, and watch YouTube. Since everybody goes live while I'm at work, I don't get to watch everybody's live, so I go back and watch them and comment and give them their thumbs up and stuff, so I can help support everybody. That's the one thing I love about the catfishing community. When I started catfishing 35 years ago, whatever it was, back in the late 80s, when I seriously started catfishing, uh, people looked down on catfishermen. Did not like them at all. If you was a catfisherman, you was nobody. You know, got to catch bass. I fought bass too. Guess what? I'd rather catch a catfish. But you know, they look down on catfishermen. The catfishing community on YouTube is one of the greatest communities I've ever seen, honestly, in my life. They're good, honest people. At least 90% of them are. Probably 95% of them. And yeah, they're honestly on here trying to help everybody. You know, we're all out here trying to do the same thing. We're all out here trying to have a good time, catch us some fish, share it with everybody, you know. But at the same time, we're also trying to help everybody else go out and catch fish. So I love this about the community. All right, well, I'm going to turn this light back on. If there's anybody in here, if y'all want to stay in, y'all can stay in, watch the rods, but I'm going to pack up the gear. And if not, I guess I will see y'all later. Thank y'all for everybody for stopping in and supporting me. Even if you only stopped in for a few seconds, I appreciate every minute of it. Just saying hi to different people and meeting new people, because I've had a few people come in here that I've never met. Got a few new channels to check out tonight when I go home. So, pretty good. I'll call that a success any day when you find a new YouTuber you talk to. I ain't gonna forget about you. I was just talking about you. I just said, met some new people. I'm gonna go home and check you out. Most likely I'll be subscribed within the next hour. Well, I'll say about an hour and a half, because it's gonna take me about 25 minutes to pack up all this gear. And since I've covered with about 40 pounds of mud, it's going to take me probably 20 minutes to get up this hill, another 15 to make it to the house. So, but yeah, no sooner I get home, I'm going to check you out. Most likely, like I said, I'll subscribe to you. If you do fishing videos at all, then I definitely will be subscribing. Because I honestly do love all fishing. I mean, I bass fish every once in a while. Uh, I prefer catfishing just because of the monster sizes they get. But I'll bass fish, I'll carp fish, I catch bluegill. This year, I'm hoping on having an epic year. This is going to be my big year in fishing. As long as this 2021 stuff doesn't wind up like 2020, I plan on trying to break every record I can break here in my state. And I'm trying to catch every species that I can catch. Since I reset all my personal bests since I started this channel, the first thing I want to do is I want to get a new personal best for every species I can get, and then start trying to beat them all. So hopefully we're gonna have an epic year. Oh, fishing, hiking, camping, I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in. As you see with the orange, that's the color everybody notices me by now. Just about half the time when I go anywhere is the orange. I love camping, fishing. I used to be a hunter, but I don't hunt much no more. I mean, I ain't got nothing against it, but I don't like the gamey taste of food, So gave me a taste of meats. So I don't hunt much. You know, if I feel like going hunting, I had to call around and say, hey, does anybody want some deer meat if I get one, or some turkey if I get one? Because if it's not gonna be eaten, if somebody ain't gonna eat it, I'm not killing. I'm not doing it. You know, that's why I release all these river fish when I catch them. There's no sense in keeping them. I'm not gonna eat them. You know, I won't eat the river fish out here. My brother-in-law did that when we started fishing years and years ago. Got deathly sick. I mean, he was sick. Then we caught one about a couple weeks later, and we would soak it in salt water to make sure that it was, clean. Because usually, if you catch fish, you soak it in salt water and you get all the contaminants out of it. And he soaked it in a giant pickle jar, and the water turned black. I mean, black. He's like, I can't eat this. I was like, I wouldn't eat it either. He said, well, I just ate one of these a couple weeks ago when I got sick. I was like, that's why. You see what's coming out of it now. You know. But I'm gonna go ahead and start packing up the gear. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this light back up to the max. We got another barge coming through. Maybe we'll get lucky, and before the stream actually ends, we'll have a takedown. But I will cut the stream before I start removing the rods, because I don't want to. Once I start removing the rods, it's going to be a quick pack up and run, because I got to pull my rod holders out, and I don't like laying my rods in the mud for longer than what I have to. But if we get one while I'm packing up, I'll be back with y'all. If not, I'll catch y'all later. And if y'all want to sign out, I understand. I appreciate y'all stopping in. Time to do this. Where's my power? Bright light, bright light, bright light. Oh, trying to navigate in this mud is just about virtually impossible. Empty out my drinks because I'm lighting my load. Get rid of my bait. Usually I don't put my bait in the water. What I will do with it tonight is I will put it up by the edge of the water, because the water raises and lowers here. We got a lot of raccoons and other animals that come up, so they can have a smorgasbord. And then after that, they can, whatever's left, can wash down and feed the fish. Worst case scenario, it'll let the fish know that there's food in the area. That's about 2 or 3 pounds lighter. All right. Now I'm debating on throwing out garlic, my garlic gizzards, because I just got them. I had the gizzards like last week, but I just got them made today or 2 days ago. So the other bait's been sitting in my freezer for a month. I don't know. I'll see how heavy that bag is, and I might empty it too to save some weight. This has got to go.
Get in the bag. See if I can get down here and wash the legs off this, the mud off this dang chair. Pretty bad. Slide on down. That lightens up about a half pound. All that mud. Holding better than that. Alrighty. That's the best you gonna get, ain't you? Sigh. You in there. You can be carried. Put that up out of the mud. I have everything picked up. Actually, keep my soda, put it in my pocket. Store my little rod here, just in case anybody's still watching. Turn this thing around a little bit. I don't know how it got so far over, but I guess we'll set it again. It's gonna be fun because I'm over a tree. Ooh. Slipping and a slide. Left in my cart. Might try to roll it out here. Eat critters. Time to get the last one in. All right, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this stream. I think everybody's already left anyway. I'm just gonna go ahead and end it here so I can maneuver some stuff around. I gotta put my tripod in before I put my other stuff in, so move my stuff out the way. Can.